Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Windows 2019 Admin module course intro. So welcome. Thank you for joining us today. So we work with Microsoft certified trainers and Microsoft Partner Network to bring you world-class learning experience. So most of our trainers are MCT, which is Microsoft Certified Trainer. I'm also MCT 2023. Microsoft Certified Trainers Instructors is a premier technical and instructional expert who meets ongoing certification. So like me, there's a renewal every year. No? So every year, taon-taon, nire-renew namin to. Customer satisfaction guarantees. So our partners offer satisfaction guarantee and we hold them accountable for it. At the end of a class, please complete an evaluation or give us a feedback via our Facebook page. No? So we wish you great learning experience. Experience is the loudest voice. I'm hoping that you can have a lot of experience, not just watch. No? So meron tayong 3-day hands-on lab. So through experience, you will learn and you will get an ongoing career success. So my name is Chris. And I'll give you a little bit about myself. So Nexus started 2013. They improvised network engineering course by injecting voice over IP. 2014, we pioneered yung Microsoft Certified Solution Expert. No? 2015, we introduced yung Citrix Send Server. And then we introduced yung virtual desktop infrastructure. Ito yung, it will allow you to work from home. You can connect remotely using Citrix. And we injected security courses such as cybersecurity, CompTIA, ethical hacking, and so on. 2018 naman, we ventured into VMware, vSphere data center virtualization. 2019, we introduced yung mga cloud such as AWS, Azure, and so on. So we offer pretty much lahat ng course. My name is Chris. My first job was with Accenture noong 1995. Then I migrated sa Australia, 96, 2006. I'm a Intel specialist for the last 10 years. And 2006, 2011, I was part of the virtualization engineering team sa Hewlett-Packard here in New South Wales in Sydney. And 2011, I worked in Telstra as a cloud specialist. Dito sa cloud namin, meron kaming private, which is VMware nung time na yan. No? And then as time goes by, we also cater sa AWS and Azure. So 2016, I went back to Philippines. I teach most of Microsoft courses up until 2019. And right now, 2019 to present, I'm working in the government as a DevOps engineer. So usually I automate deployment, no? Deployment, automation, orchestration of application, automation of cloud infrastructure, and so on. So yun ang trabaho ng DevOps engineer. And ang aming platform is laging dalawa, AWS and Azure. So I have more than 22 years IT. So this is my certificate. I score sa Solution Architect 983. I'm also Microsoft Certified Trainer since 2018. MCSE, MCSA, MCP. That's my transcript. I'm a VMware Certified Professional. And I graduated from Southwestern Sydney. I also completed in Citrix Certified Associate. I'm also Cisco Certified Network Associate and CCNP. So class natin 7 a.m. Jeffoy, no? 7 a.m. Philippine time up to 3 p.m. 7 to 3. Always bring your lab manual will be given to you. E-copy, electronic copy. Okay, so we have tea break. We have a toilet break. You can go anytime you want. Then we have lunch break na 30 minutes. One way to learn is by asking questions. So far, do you have any question?
None for now.
Wala. Okay. So I'll skip introduction kasi 12 lang naman kayo. No? So all materials will be recorded. So Windows Server Admin role. So ano ba yung mga trabaho ng Windows Admin? Usually they do the installation of operating system. They configure, no, post-installation configuration, to configure load balancing and so on. And usually they maintain by patching, installing hot fixes, and upgrading operating system. Hindi tayo magre-repair ng server. Wala, nothing physical. This is a software. Ang operating system is a software. So iba, they have an impression na, sir, kailan tayo magre-raid? No, kailan tayo mag-format? So anything hardware, it's not related to this one. This is software, okay? Ang system admin, they also monitor system performance such as yung mga peak CPU. Once na-detect namin may peak, no, we usually analyze, optimize by adding CPU. Okay? Later, I'm gonna show you how to do that. We implement security best practice and provide technical support to consumers. So about this course, anyone who has passion sa Windows IT, no, kahit beginners ka, okay lang yan. And also, if you're working as level 3 server support, if you want to advance. And if you want to upgrade your skills from desktop, no, kung desktop kang ngayon, and you want to elevate your skills to server admin. And iba naman, may nagjo-join dito yung mga may experience sa server administration kasi I injected PowerShell to automate tedious tasks. And if you want to learn core admin tools, no, kung ano yung mga ginagamit natin, which is PowerShell, and who wants to automate tedious system admin shop, no? We have 4 modules. That means we have 14 projects. Okay, so ang dami niyan. So today, purely lecture. Please listen, no? Makinig kayo. And then hands-on lab Monday, Monday, Tuesday to Wednesday. Okay? So I'm hoping tapos na kayo ng Thursday 9 a.m. So open ang server 24 hours by 3 days. So course material, you'll be given RDP for 3 days, hindi into 5 days. If you want extra day, may 500 pesos per day kasi may bayad yan. So we will email you, not email you. We're gonna send it to your Skype. To Skype, no? So lahat kayo dapat nag-join dito sa Skype na to, no? Dito natin isi-send yung materials, hindi sa chat group, okay? So please ignore the chat group. Hindi natin gagamitin to. Because once we log out, everything will be erased. So that's why Skype kayo. So add nyo na ako, na. Alam nyo ba yung Skype group natin? Add nyo na ako, sisend ko dyan. Okay, add me in Skype. kdos at live.com. Okay, add nyo na. Kasi diyan ko bibigay lahat ng materials. PowerPoints, I'll send you the PowerPoint organized by module. And you have 14 hands-on lab. So first day nyo probably 5 hands-on lab. Bahala kayo ng oras gusto nyo. No? Second day 5, last day 4. So ito yung ating project. So we're gonna build 14 projects. Build a fully working IT infrastructure from scratch. So I will give you a Hyper-V host. Bibigyan ko kayo ng Hyper-V host na pagpapracticean nyo. Magkakaroon kayo ng ganito. So bibigay namin sa inyo to. No, you can access remotely yung server na yan. Yung server na yan, may Hyper-V. Okay? And then gagawa ka dito ng mga server, okay? Mga virtual machine automatically. Okay? So, ano yung mga virtual machine na gagawin ninyo? You will create server 1 with an IP address 10.11.21.22 and .23. And then they have specific role, okay? Like our first project, we're gonna create siguro Active Directory. Then second Active Directory on server 2. Propagating Active Directory objects. So when you say objects, ito users, groups, and computers. No? So ito kayo, sitting in Philippines or somewhere out there, nakakonect kayo sa modem niyo, modem niyo nakakonect sa ISP, mag-RDP lang kayo dito. Okay? And then server 3 naman is for testing. Server 3 is for testing. No? Maglalaging kayo dito as a member server to test yung group policy or if yung folder redirection is working properly. Okay? Any question? Wala. Na-add nyo na ba ako? So, I'm not gonna entertain question dito sa meeting chat kasi nga may erase to. Ilang days po itong training? 1 day, today. And then hands-on lab kung gusto nyo, optional, 3 days. Okay? If you have any question, mag-speaker na lang kayo, mag-mic kayo. No? Kasi I'm not seeing the chat na. So, busy ako dito sa ating PowerPoint.
Wala po yata audio.
Yes, sir. Wala yung audio niya, sir.
Ay, nawala audio ko. Ano ba yan?
Okay na ulit. Okay na ulit.
Ayan, nawala. Thank you, thank you. So remind me, minsan kasi minumute ko eh. Anyway, what I've said is Hyper-V server feature only contains virtualization software, okay? Data center, you can have you can host unlimited virtual machine. Standard, you can have only maximum of 2. And then if you want to add more, it's not, you have to purchase a license siguro. No? Essential, you can have 32 maximum connections only. Hardware requirements, depende sa job role. Kung maraming features like Active Directory, DNS, DHCP, you need more memory. Okay? And depende rin sa workload. Ang CPU requirements, 64, wala naman 32-bit na, di ba? Minimum 1.4 gigahertz lang. Memory is actually, you need at least 32 gig RAM. Depende sa usage nga. Hard drive depends on the usage. Pero operating system is only 25 gig. Once you install the operating system, you need to activate. Okay, so licensing for standard in data centers based on number of cores. So, per core, not processor. Ang processor, ito yung physical CPU. Physical CPU, pag sinabing quad core, may 4 na core. Gets ba? Pag sinabing hex core, may 6 na cores. So, yung nilalicense nyo is yung core, hindi CPU. Okay? Each Windows server has the following minimum. So, minimum 8 core per server. And there must be at least 16 core license per server. So, meaning, ang minimum na pwede purchase is 8 sa per CPU, physical CPU. No? Plus, if you want to connect sa server, may tinatawag na call. Para saan ang call? If you want to connect to the server, no? Let's say RDP ka or terminal services, no? Required for each device. Let's say dalawa yung laptop mo gustong connect sa server. So, you need to purchase client access license. So, saan binibili yan? Sa TechNet, no? Microsoft TechNet. Now, you need to activate each server. So common method to activate is yung SLR MGR. So I'll make a demonstration paano ina-activate. So usually you go sa command prompt lang. Command prompt. Basta type mo SLMGR. Yan. And then may switches yan. If you put /IPK, you have to put the 16-digit CD key, no? Yung serial number para ma-install yung product key. After installing the product key, you have to type slmgr space /ATO for activation. So it will be activated online. Gets ba? Gets ba? How to activate? Simple lang, di ba? If you want to check the expiration, /XPR. And then there's so many options. If you want to have a license /leak and then the license. Okay? Ang daming options and it's well guided. So let's check expiration ito by typing XPR. Ayun. So Windows Server Data Center, I'm using Data Center, volume activation will expire on December 29, 2023. Okay? So that's how we check. Any question? What's new? Anong bago sa Windows 2019? Meron siyang admin center which manage hyper-converged infra. So what is hyper-converged? When you say converge, compute resources lang. Meaning, CPU and RAM lang. Walang hard drive, walang storage, walang networking. Gets? So that's why yung ibang mga server, like yung Cisco UCS, compute power lang siya. You need to purchase mga Cisco MDF, no? MDS, ito yung mga fabric switches para to connect to the storage. Plus, you need to purchase yung mga storage pa, such as EMC. Yun ang converge. Dito, all-in-one. Combine lahat. Okay? Compute power, storage power, and network hierarchy. Then, meron siyang bagong feature, dedupe. Actually, luma na yan. No? Pero supported na to sa resilient file system. And cluster set niya allows you to create large scale out. Meaning, dati kasi 32 server per scale. No? You can scale from 8 to 16. Ganun, ano? Pero ngayon, you can scale out up to 32. Okay, let's say fully utilize yung 8 na yon, it can expand automatically up to 32. And then meron siyang defender. Okay? And guard. Guard is somehow passive and this one is active. So when you say guard, it detects the malware signature. Mag-detect niya, makikita niya sa database niya, sabihin niya there's a malware, no? such malware X. And then gagawin naman nito, it will protect. Proactive siya, active siya. No? It will protect, it will drop, it will scale, it will isolate, okay? Para hindi makapasok sa DMZ. And it's also server core app compatibility. So kung meron kang core, no, yung walang graphical user interface, you can convert it to desktop experience. Okay? And meron din siyang shielded VMs for Linux, which means it protects Linux from local attacks such as yung mga rogue admin, yung mga admin na local. Overview deployment, paano i-deploy? Well, long time ago, may DVD, pinapasok sa DVD drive, magbo-boot sa DVD drive, okay? And then meron ding option na USB, which is physical. You have to be physically standing in front of the computer, no? So, iso-boot, lalagay nila yung operating system dito, then magbo-boot sa USB. Okay? So, lumang method na yun. So, the new method is boot from virtual hard drive, okay? Which can be done remotely. Kasi lahat ng mga server, located in a secure location, no? Hindi nyo alam kung nasaan. US, Europe, blah, blah, blah. No? Ang sinusupport namin is, ako APAC, ako yung nag-iisang APAC. I'm supporting Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka sa Japan, and supporting Hong Kong din, no? Main Hong Kong, plus Australia, Sydney, and Melbourne. No? So, wala akong physical access, okay, for security reason. And maganda na rin yun, para hindi na ako mag-travel sa data center. So, everything will be done remotely. So, paano ginagawa yun? Paano ka nag-install remotely? I'll show you. So, ganito yon, clean install tawag. Magbo-boot ka sa VM from parent disk. So, parent disk contain operating system. What is parent disk, Jeffrey?
Contain operating system.
Yeah, contains the operating system. Okay? And then may child. So doon natin idadump. Kumbaga, parang copy lang siya ng parent. Malinaw. And then you have to install the language such as English, currency, then choose the architecture such as standard, the data center, whatever you want, then accept the license. Gagawin nyo to hands-on. Bukas, ha? Choose custom install and then the volume. Usually volume 0. Okay, not 1, ha? Then drive C. Ito na, project 1. So dito, sa project 1 natin, you will build Windows Server using PowerShell from scratch. Walang laman talaga, no? And then, where are you going to install the operating system? Sa virtual hard drive. And then we're gonna perform post-installation tasks such as entering yung mga IP addresses. Okay? Okay, ito na. So, install na natin. So, tomorrow you'll be having this one. Bibigay namin sa inyo. Lahat ng ng Hyper-V host ninyo, meron kayong labs. Okay? So, nandito yung scripts. Okay? Nandito yung PowerShell. Okay? Nandiyan yung PowerShell. Okay? Project 1, 2, 3, 4, yung 5 demo, 6 demo, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to 14 DNS. Andito lahat. Okay? So, how do you open a PowerShell? I'll explain to you later kung ano yung PowerShell. Anyway, PowerShell is one of the most powerful programming language created by Microsoft. And predecessor siya ng Visual BB Script, no? And native sa Windows operating system since it's created by Microsoft. So, hindi tayo gagamit ng iba. Hindi tayo Java, hindi naman native yun eh. So, how do you open up PowerShell? So, there are two ways. Ito yung professional version, yung you need to run as admin, okay? Okay? Ito yung walang hyper, it's not user-friendly. Kailangan kabisado niyo yung mga commands, no? So, since beginner pa lang lahat, dito tayo sa ICE, Integrated Shell Environment, run as admin, ha? If you don't run as admin, you will get an error. Pag hindi na run ng admin, anong mangyayari? You will get an error. So, gagawin niyo dito sa project 1, Control A to select all, Control C to copy. Take note kayo, ha? Take note. No, take note kayo, kaya nag-aaral tayo. Yan. Control V to paste. So, ito yung ating project. So, when you create, laging administrator and password 1 welcome. Okay? So, how do you create a repo? Napakadali. Repo, ito yung lalagyan ng virtual machine. Meron diyang built-in VM. Ginawa ko. Pag dinir nyo, makikita nyo yung parent. Parent is, ayun, pag dinir nyo, ayun yung parent, Nexus Master. Okay? Ano uli yung parent? Contains Master Operating System. Na diyan kayo kukonect. Okay? CD to go back. dir. Tapos wala, nakikita nyo, walang server 1, 2, 3. Okay? So, either way, you can also go via GUI. Kung gusto nyo gumawa ng folder, let's say server 1. Yan, server 1. Okay? So, pag dinir ko dito, ayun o, server 1. Gets? Okay, ganun mag-create ah. So, gagawa ko ng server 2. Lalagyan ng server 2 and server 3. Okay? So, meron tayong tatlong folder. Server 1, 2, 3. Gets? Okay? So, yung command. Now, first thing we need to create a hard drive. And then, yung hard drive na kikreate natin, i-attach natin yung master operating system. Ano uli yung parent? Master operating system. Okay? So, paano mag-create ng hard drive? CLS to clear. And then, I'm gonna make this one bigger. Titingnan nyo lang tong sa taas. Okay? So, to create hard drive, usually we start with the verbs such as new. Kita nyo? Hyper complete, di ba? Kinokompleto siya. If you want to add, okay? If you want to install, okay? Hyper context, okay? So since we want to create virtual hard drive, okay, nakita niyo yung command, new VHD. Okay, so the command is new VHD. Now, sir, ano mga format niyan? I mean, ano yung mga syntax options? So view, kita niyo to, command add-on. Kung di niyo alam, ito yung mga optional switch. Kita niyo yan? Click mo lang, show details. Yan. So, if you want to specify the path, you have to type here. Pero ako yan, in-specify ko na. If you want to specify 100 gigabyte, okay? Anong computer name, server 1, pwede may automate yan, okay? Credential, if this one is differencing, anong path? Differencing meaning, ito yung parent, nakakonect lang ako dito. So, this is a differencing. Any difference will be saved on the server 1. Dynamic with source, fixed without source. Okay, so those are the switches. So if you're asking me, that's the full reference. You don't need a book. Since kabisado na namin, ito gagawin natin. So yung gagawin nating hard drive, we want to save under virtual machine folder /server 1 and the name of the hard drive will be server 1. Virtual hard drive, the X, dynamically expanding, meaning the moment you save data, it will expand. Malinaw. And then we want to attach to a parent. The parent is located to C colon VM parent. Okay? Yun ang parent. Okay? So creating hard drive done. So we have a hard drive now. Physical sectors 4096 located in this folder. Block size default. I didn't do anything. And its type is differencing. Ano uli differencing? Anybody? Dominic? Trini Banyaga. What is differencing? Nawala yata estudyante. Jeffrey uli.
Dito ba? I don't have idea for this one.
Yan. So differencing, ibig sabihin, we have a master operating system. Nandito si Nexus Master. Any difference sa configuration will be saved under server 1 VHDX. Okay? So ito yung server 1 VHDX hard drive. Yan na. If you notice, 4 megabyte lang ha. That will expand. That will expand. Malinaw, 4 megabyte lang. That will expand. Yun yung dynamically expanding, kaya VHDX. Malinaw. Now, we don't have to redo the whole thing. All you need to do is change the variable. Yan, 2, okay? And 3. So we're gonna create 3 hard drive in one go. Boom, meron na tayong hard drive. Ganun lang. No? So server 1, server 2, ayun na. Server 3. We're using a code, no? So this is called infrastructure as a code. You can build a fully working infrastructure using a code. Malinaw ba? Okay? So ito yung gagawin natin. We're gonna build a fully working IT infrastructure using PowerShell code. Okay, gagawa tayong server 1, 2, and 3. Next, we have to create a virtual machine because we haven't created the virtual machine. So this is the virtual machine pane. Dito mag-appear name, state, CPU, how much memory. Ito yung mga checkpoints if you want to revert back. And the console. Okay? Diyan mag-appear yan. So, kagawa tayong new virtual machine. Anybody can guess anong command to create a virtual machine? So, if you want to create, again, new. VM. Okay, yun yung switches. Can you see the switches? Kita nyo ha, switches will be presented to you automatically. Okay, switches are options. So you have to specify the name of the computer. The first server will be server 1, obviously. And memory startup bytes, 2048 megabyte. Okay? And the virtual hard drive path will be saved under C colon VM server 1 and the name of the hard drive, server 1 VHDX. Okay? And then switch name will be Nexus switch. Okay? Ang Nexus switch not yet created. So you have to create this one manually. So I'll discuss to you. So if we go dito sa actions, meron tayo ditong virtual switch manager. So this is where you manage the switches. So there are 3 types of switches. External, connect to internet. Internal, connect from host to VM. Private naman, VM to VM. Okay? What we need is internal. So we can interconnect yung host to virtual machine. And the name of the switch will be Nexus switch. Malinaw ba? Internal. Any question about internal? Ayan, may switch na tayo. So back to our PowerShell. So we're gonna run the creation of virtual machine. Done. Tapos na. Meron na virtual machine na yun, no? Off. Okay? Meron tayong server 1. Now, we don't have to redo the whole thing. Okay? Hindi na natin uulit-ulitin. So it minimizes the repetition by using the code. Ngayon, if you notice, dito sa ating default settings, ang memory is not dynamic. Okay, when you say dynamic, it can run from 512 megabyte up to whatever 10 gig. It will utilize whatever needed. Meaning, if hindi naman needed, it will drop down the RAM. Hindi niya kailangan 2 gig. Probably makikita nyo later on, since pure OS lang siya, mga 512 MB lang. Okay? So nakakatipid ka. So you can be able to share the memory resources to other virtual machine. Okay? And by default, 1 CPU. No? You can either increase it, no, manually or programmatically. So you're gonna increase the memory, the CPU into 2 and enable dynamic memory RAM. Okay? Enable natin dynamic memory. So when you say when you want to configure, you have to say set. Okay? So settings, ito yung settings from default settings to optimize settings. Malinaw. Set the virtual machine name server 1. Then we want to set the processor into 2. Okay? And then memory startup bytes 2048 megabyte. Okay? Then enable dynamic memory. Okay? And then minimum, it will go down to whatever minimum it can have, like 512. So we can share to other and up to a maximum of 2 gigabyte. Okay, malinaw ba? Any question? Check nyo. Tingnan nyo. Nagbago na siya. Yan no, dynamic na, enable na, and CPU becomes 2. Okay? Minimum 512, maximum 2 gigabyte. Okay? So we've done it automatically, programmatically. Now, what if 100 yung servers na ganon? Well, use the same code. Okay? Ngayon, patay pa yung server. How do you start this server? The command is start-vm. Okay? So, we're gonna learn PowerShell one by one. We're not gonna rush. So I started the VM, ayan o, kita nyo running. And ito yung console. If you double click, right click console, connect, you can see it's booting up. It's booting up. So it's connecting to the parent drive and copying to the virtual hard drive. Tingnan nyo ha. Server 1, 135 MB. Expanding, oh, expanding, di ba? It's copying from the parent. And expanding, huh? Refresh. Expanding to the child. This is the child drive. Malinaw ba? So, saan galing to? Sa parent. Ito yung child. 364. Kita nyo? So, that will expand automatically. Okay? Now, we don't have to wait until it finish. We can do simultaneous creation of server by using the same code. Same code din. Pinalitan ko lang yung server 1 to server 2 and server 3. Yun lang. So, gagawa pa tayo ng additional 3 servers, additional 2, by rerunning the same PowerShell script. Yan. So, nag-create na siya. So, ganun lang kadali. No? So, you can have 3 server. Okay. So, I'm gonna connect sa 1. Ito yung 1. 2. And 3. Yan. So, meron na tayong tatlong server. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3. Okay? Now, it will slow down the whole server, no? So, you'll experience tomorrow. So, bakit mabagal? Well, 11 kayo times 3. 33 servers booting at the same time. Malinaw ba? That will slow down the computer. Na ibang student nagko-observe itong bagal. Kasi nga, 11 students kayo times 3 servers you're building at the same time. That will slow down the computer. Babagal in Tagalog, okay? Any question about building the 3 servers? Ayan. Walang question na lesson 2. Let's proceed to lesson 2, administration. So what
Ay,
is Windows
sorry.
PowerShell? Ayan, sige, tanong, question agad.
Ay, yung compute power natin, nadi-distribute ba siya?
Oo, distribute. Yung kanina, pinakita ko from 1 CPU to 2 CPU.
I
Then tatlo
mean,
siya, 2, 4, 6. Okay?
sorry.
Shared siya.
Sorry. I mean, yung buong ano, for example, di ba, we're connecting on a same computer. For example, we have, ayan, kagaya ng nabanggit nyo kanina, 11 student. So yung provided compute power nung ina-access namin na server is distributed on the 11 students, and then depending on the number of servers to be created.
Oo, shared. Sinishare siya. Kaya tataas talaga yan, kaya babagal siya. So
Thank
meron
you.
tayong 1 physical core, 1 physical CPU, and 8 core. So that will be distributed to all virtual machine that will be accessed by the students. Okay? Windows PowerShell, any question pa? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So ano yung Windows PowerShell? No? Some of you, this is your first time. Ano ba yung PowerShell? PowerShell is a command line shell and scripting language which allow admin to automate configuration, distribution, propagation, automation, orchestration, and configuration management of each virtual machines. No? Windows PowerShell commandlet, ito yung one-liner. Pag sinabing commandlet, execute a PowerShell command, prompt. So yung one line, yung ginawa ko kanina, new-vhd. Commandlets are small commands which perform specific function. New VHD creates VHD, set VM, set CPU, set memory, set dynamic memory, and can be combined to perform multiple tasks. Usually, you can pipe together then. Pwede yung pagduktong-duktongin. No? And modules naman, ito yung specific to a product. Let's say Active Directory. You have to install the Active Directory module before you can have AD. Some are installed by default and some need to be manually installed like DNS, DHCP, manually yun. No? PowerShell ISE stands for Integrated Scripting Environment. It's a graphical user interface based which allows you to run command. Yung kanina may blue, no? You can create, you can modify, you can debug, you can test the script and test while still in development. No? Ang PowerShell remote naman allows PowerShell to remotely run command on under Windows system. Let's say from Windows to a different environment, no? to a remote environment. Okay? Yun yung remote management. Ang PowerShell Direct naman, totally different. Enables you to run commandlet or script inside the VM from the host. Yung ginagawa ko is PowerShell Direct. Ito yan. So, meron akong host, itong Hyper-V na to. Yung Hyper-V na yan. Okay? Then, I created a VM and set the virtual machine inside the Hyper-V. No? So, I'm executing PowerShell Direct. I'm making configuration directly sa virtual machine which is inside the Hyper-V. Nagets ba? Yung PowerShell Direct. PowerShell Remote naman, external. Let's say different company or different domains. Na? Server Manager usually allows server admin to manage local server, to query event logs, what's really happening, monitor status, and Server Manager can add roles. So most of the time, puro ko Server Manager, makikita nyo mamaya. Na? RSAT naman is a remote server admin tool. So which enable IT admin to remotely manage. Right now, kung nga ang server natin nasa USA. So you're gonna manage this one using RSAT. Ano yung mga minamanage RSAT? Active Directory, DHCP, DNS, failover, everything. Not through RSAT. Overview of the least privileged admin concept. Before I go there, I'm just gonna continue the installation of the 3 server. So ito na yung post installation. So it'll ask you for basic things, no? Like home country, preferred language. You've seen this one. So default lang. Do this later. Accept the license. And put the password. Password is always one welcome exclamation. Okay. Okay. Same story dito sa server 2. Server 2. Server 2. Do this later. Accept the license. Put the password. Pare-pareho password niya. So if I troubleshoot, I can be able to help you. So same story here. Tatlong server. Accept the license agreement. And then after this, dapat lagay nyo ng CD key and activate online like yung the one I demonstrated a while ago. Okay. So ito yung post installation ginagawa ko. Ano? Lalagin ako. And you will be guided to the point na kahit kayo, kayang-kaya niyong gawin to. Asan yung guide? Ito, ayan no. So ito yung ginawa ko. Okay? Okay, so post installation, anong gagawin? Put an IP address, put a subnet mask, put a gateway, put a DNS. Okay, so server 1, gawin na natin. Settings. Lalagyan lang natin siya ng IP. Internet. Show available network.
Sir,
Ethernet.
question lang. Ma-update pa po bukas to sa YouTube channel niyo? Thank you po.
Anybody help me? Anong IP address nito? Ayan na. 21, 22, 23. Ganun lang. So, well-guided kayo. Well-guided kayo. Pag ginawa nyo to, well-documented kayo. Na? That 1.21. Subnet mask 2550. Default gateway 1. DNS 21. Okay? Ayan na. Okay? Or itong configuration guide niya. 10.1.1. Okay? 10.1.1.21. So DNS is the server 1. Kaya ako nilagay yung 21. Ha? Next thing you need to do is to rename. Go to system. Rename this PC. Pangalan ng server 1 is server 1. Okay? Malinaw? Nakapakadali, di ba? Start now. Ganun lang. So same story sa server 2. Same story sa server 2. Okay. So lagay nyo lang to. Server 2. Ano to? Anong IP? Second server. Anybody?
22.
Yun, buti mo nakikinig. Ay, 21. Gateway is 1, ha? DNS is 21. Yung server 1. Ang ating, kasi gagawin natin DNS yan. Oh, what's the next step? Anybody? What's the next step? Dalawa lang naman. Rename the computer, di ba? Di ba? Ano pangalan nito?
Server 2.
Yun, dito nakikita, server. Okay. Then restart. Okay? Ganun lang. Then move sa server 3. Paulit-ulit lang ang buhay. Di ba? Di ba? Puro repetition. That's why you have to automate. Bakit kailangan automate? Kasi paulit-ulit lang naman ginagawa everyday. Eh. Pag nagtatrabaho ka na, ganun-ganun din. Di ba? Then make it automatic. So magugustuhan kayo ng manager ninyo. Uy, sabi, ang galing naman ito, na-automate niya. 100 server in one day, nagawa mo. No? Tatanungin ka ng boss mo, ano ba sikreto mo? Sabihin mo, nag-aral kayo sa Nexus. Sir, nag-aral kasi ako sa Nexus ng PowerShell. Okay. So, paano mo na, how did you acquire that skill? Sir, I enrolled in Nexus to automate the whole thing. Okay. So this is the future. Automation is the whole, the future. No? Whether AWS, Azure, we automate everything. Provisioning of storage, using PowerShell then, provisioning of network connectivity, load balancing, high availability, clustering, PowerShell lahat yan. Okay, kahit Azure, kahit AWS, PowerShell pa rin ginagamit namin. Napaka-laking benefits nito. This will be if you want to retain in a company, masterin nyo PowerShell. Okay, so pinag-aaralan natin PowerShell ngayon. Server 1, lagi na tayo. Okay, huwag nyo na pahirapan sarili nyo. One welcome lahat ng password. So basically, we just want to test if we can ping the 3 servers. Okay, yun lang ginagawa ko ngayon. Nilagyan ko ng IP, nireboot ko, boom. So any changes made should be rebooted. No? Testingin na natin. Punta tayo sa command prompt dito. Ngayon, expanding pa rin yan, kaya mabagal. So, ang bagal. No, of course, it's expanding eh. Kita nyo? Expanding yan. So, ping na natin yung mga server. Ping ko muna yung server 1. O, pasok ha. Up and running. Ping natin server 2. Pasok. Ping natin server 3. Ngayon, binibigay sa akin is, binibigyan ako ng, ng IPv6. Kung gusto niyo tanggalin yung IPv6. No? Pero ako, wag na. Okay? So, let's go back. Dito. Any question muna doon sa installation ko? So, pingable lahat. 3 server.
Sorry, yung question ko I think hindi, ewan ko lang kung related. Is this possible to be hosted sa cloud? Parang ganun.
Posted saan? Sa Skype?
Sa cloud.
Sa YouTube, you mean? Yeah. Nasa YouTube to.
I mean sa cloud.
Oh,
For example,
ito ginagawa
Azure.
natin. Yeah, same lang. Cloud. Hyper-V is hyper-virtualization, can be hosted publicly and privately, and can be in a cloud. So lahat na server namin nasa Telstra data center, so which means, ina-access ko remotely, nasa cloud siya. Hyper-V can be in the cloud. Cloud ready siya. VMware is a private cloud. No? Meron din siyang vCloud Air, AWS, Azure, yung mga cloud. Nasa cloud. Ito ginagawa natin, ginagawa ito sa cloud lahat. No?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, overview of least privilege admin. Ito yung, let's say for example, meron kang new employee na admin. The one you need to grant is the read-only, the one with the least privilege. You don't add full admin kagad, no? So you can avoid malicious code and attacks, no? So this will restrict access rights for users, service account, and computing process. So day-to-day, standard lang, full admin account only used to perform specific admin function. Okay? And delegation of wizard, let's say help desk level 1, you don't give them admin. You just give them a permission to reset the password. Paano yun? Ginagawa yun sa delegation control wizard. no? Let's say system admin nga siya, pero ang rights lang niya is to reset password, not to format, not to create user. So, saan ginagawa yun? Delegation of control wizard. Mamaya papakita ko. Jump server naman, ito yung jump box. Let's say, you're working in IBM, so you will be given a single VM, which you can jump to another virtual machines. Okay, module review. You have Windows Server Standard Edition installed and may DNS and may Hyper-V. How many VM can you run? Yung kanina diniscuss ko, sa Standard Edition, 2 lang. Okay? So, you will be given a book then, no? Sasabihin, so, saan yun nakuha yun, sir? So, you will be given a book. Ito, Study Guide 2019, which is about 801 pages. Okay? So, kung pag-aaralan nyo to, kung may time kayo, no? Ako yung tinuro ko shortcut na. Yan na, privilege, tapos ayun yung jump server. Jump servers are another security procedure that can be used in conjunction. So basically, it's sitting on the demilitarized zone, which used to jump from one box to another. Okay? Ito yung admin center. Ito yung laman ng admin center. Tapos, RSAT. Okay, how do you install the RSAT, remote server admin tools? DNS, ito yung PowerShell. What is PowerShell? So, lahat ng mga dinidiscuss ko was taken from this one. Okay, dito ko kinuha lahat yan. Okay, PowerShell Direct allows to create a connection from host to VM. Kita niya? Host to VM. Ano naman yung remote? Remote is from external to another VM, no? Ito from host to VM. Yan. So, nandito lahat yan yung diniscuss ko. If you want to read, if you want a complete study. So, bibigay ko yan. Ito naman, true or false, you must install SSL to use Windows admins. No, kasi kanina pinakita ko yung admin center. Diba? You want help desk group to only be able to add, remove users. Paano yung gagawin yun? Let's say, gusto niyo siya ng permission, add and remove user lang. Saan ginagawa yun? Mamaya papakita ko, wala pa kasi tayong AD. Pabalikan natin yan. Okay, yan ang ating lesson 1. Tapos na, no? Sa 3 servers, pingable lahat. Pingable, up and running. So in next lesson, we gonna study Active Directory. Dito na tayo sa Active Directory. Before we move sa Active Directory, do you have any question?
Sir, yung lesson natin kanina, yung lesson na yun, di ba since recorded po ito, saan po namin pwede ma-review yun?
YouTube.
YouTube, okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, Module 2, Active Directory. So in this lesson, we're gonna study ADDS, objects, forests, domain, schema, replication.
Sir, nawala po yata yung audio.
Oo nga, parang nawala. Naririnig niyo pa si Sir?
Wala pa.
Wala, nawala.
Ay, audio ni sir, nawala.
Yun. So, ADDS, Active Directory, Domain Services. is composed of both logical and physical. So ito yung apat na physical. So when you say physical, meron siyang subcomponents like domain controller, meron tong 4 partitions. Okay, di-discuss ko what are those 4 partition. Ang domain controller is located under data store, which is c:/windows/winnt. Okay? And then meron din siyang global catalog for easier searching, which exists on different servers and on the same server. And then meron din siyang physical component read-only, which means, let's say, if you want to replicate yung mga users, groups, and computers, you can do so, pero you cannot change the password. Okay? You cannot change any settings. Kaya kasi read-only lang. Okay? And then we also have logical components. Meron tong for partition, schema, which is the structure of the database ng Active Directory. And domains, which compose of multiple servers residing in a single domain. Meron ding root domain or tree domain. Dito yung start lahat ng domains. So I'll be starting with the root domain. Okay, forest naman is collection of domains. Sites naman are composed of remote sites, no? Not located on the same data centers. OU naman is organizational unit used to distinguish objects. So when I say objects, these are users, computers, and groups. Teka, wait, sandali. Gulo nung anak ko. Okay, and nabak ko. Containers, these are container for objects. No? As I mentioned kanina, these are users, groups, and computers. So, ano yung mga objects? So, be familiar, when you say objects, these are Active Directory, such as users, yung mga employee name, pangalan ng colleague ninyo. Another one is group, composed of multiple users. In group objects, there are group types such as security and distribution. Security makes security ID, which makes it unique. Okay? So security meaning you can either allow or deny. Okay, let's say help desk group allowed. Okay? And then all user deny. Security group yon. Distribution naman usually used for email blasting. Walang security. Okay, groupings lang siya. Let's say 100 members are part of this group. So I can send email. Okay? But you cannot deny or allow. Malinaw ba yung difference na dalawa? Next is the group scopes. So meron tayong local. When you say local, admin, you have the power to do anything like format, install, configure, change sa computer niyo lang, sa local lang, no? But not on different computer. Okay? But with global, if you have a global admin, you can pretty much do anything on any computer. Kahit anong gawin niyo, okay lang. Format, install, change, settings, reboot, whatever. Okay? Universal naman, ito yung nasa forest level on a different domain. So may permission kayo on different domain. So anong difference sa lahat? Ito, local computer, any computer which is a member of domain, any domain which is a member of the forest. Malinaw ba? Forest level, domain level, local computer. Okay? And then computer objects, ito yung mga laptops, computers, servers. Tatlo lang yan, users, groups, and computers. So from now on, I will call them objects. Forest, what is a forest again? Forest is a security boundary of allow and denied permission. So hanggang dun lang yung kaya niyang kontrolin within the same forest. And domain to domain replication should be sitting in the same forest. Okay? Let's say IBM.com, Lenovo.com. If they're sitting in the same forest, they can be replicated. Okay? Ano naman domain? Domain is a collection of computers within the same domain. No? Forest is a collection of domains in a single forest. Domain is same story, replication boundary, admin center. Usually, ang trabaho ng domain is authorization and authentication. Okay, explain ko. Para saan ang domain controller? Authentication and authorization. Ito yan. So you need to understand this. Authentication identifies the person seeking service. He's the one requesting legitimate access credential and basis for creating secure. Ito yung ID. No? Ito yung the one you provide username, password. Okay? So pag na-authenticate ka, the next thing domain controller will do is to authorize you. Saan ka ba authorize? Let's say, bumili ka ng ticket sa SM Mega Mall, Cinema 1. Okay, so saan ang access mo? Cinema 1 lang. You cannot go inside Cinema 2, 3, 4. Same story with this one. Once you've been authenticated, you will be given a ticket. Now, let's say you can access server 1, 2, and 3. Okay? Or you are denied to server 4. Ganun lang, no? Authentication. Para saan ang domain controller? Anybody? Sandrex. Anong trabaho ng DC?
Authenticate and authorize.
Malinaw, no? Authenticate, you use your user credential from domain, and then you will be authorized to each access. You have permission. Okay? Next is trust relationship. Trust relationship provide access to resources in a complex environment. Ito na yung trust relationship, no? Okay, so let's say we have this. We have this. Now let's say different forest 1, forest 2. Kunwari lang, forest 3. So forest collection of multiple domains. And let's say server 1 would like to access server 2 resources such as file server on a different forest, no? So you have to establish trust, meaning magre-request ka ng trust dito. Tapos you will be trusted sa database niya and then you'll be trusty. Ito yung trusty. So in such a way, it will be given permission to access to a certain file. For example lang, no? So yun ang trust. So there are 6 types of trust. Parent and child. Okay? Yung child is a sub-OU, subdomain. Let's say in branches, no?
Leo Judison.
Walang sound, sir.
Okay. Saan ba ako? Yeah. Ayan. Parent and child. Ito yung example. Saan yung parent and child? Wala pala dito. Parent and child. Let's say this is Banco de Oro, Makati headquarter, and this is Mandaluyong branch center. Yung empleyado ng mga Mandaluyong, isolated lang sa Mandaluyong. Hindi na kailangan mag-replicate dito sa parent. Gets ba? Sub OU, child OU, parent OU. Okay? But if you need resources such as file and print server sa parent, you need to create another account dito. Okay? Or member ka pala. You don't need to create account. You have to be a member of the parent server. Okay? Tree root naman is the first time you're gonna create server. Okay? And then external is another organization, another forest. Realm is the domain to domain connectivity between the same forest. Forest naman is a collection of domains. So let's say you have 100 domains. Now you can grant trust relationship then. Shortcut naman from child external to another external child. Okay? Okay, shortcut is from one child to another child on a different forest level. Any question about trust relationship? Nagets ba? Nagets ba? So, ito na. Gagawa na ako ng domain controller. Okay, so I'll shut down ko muna itong server 1. I want to upgrade the CPU para mas mabilis. Pero kayo limited lang sa 2, no? Limited lang sa 2. So kung gusto nyong reconfigure this one, just go to settings. Gagawin kong 4. Ako lang pwede. Tapos gagawin ko itong 4096. Upgrade ko lang yung RAM niya. Okay. So that's one example. 4 gig RAM. Start. Same with server 2. So shutdown ko muna server 2. Gusto ko lang siyang i-upgrade para mabilis. You can also do it from here. Server 2. Naka 1.5 siya. Gawin kong 4 gig. Ay, mali. Start. So, ganito mag-start. Yan. Okay? So, server 1. Login tayo server 1. And then, let's open the hands-on lab. Ito yung hands-on lab natin sa server. Sa labs. Number 2. Number 2 na tayo. Ano? So, how to install Active Directory. So, this is the command. No? Pero for the time being, I will show you the manual method. Why? So, because I'm assuming this is your first install.
Sir, may question lang po ako.
Sige, go ahead.
Sir, paano po ilagay itong labs folder na ito sa may server 1?
Kinapi ko na.
Pwede pong paulit, sir. Sorry, hindi ko po napansin.
Mamaya, papakita ko.
Okay,
Hindi
sige.
pa pala nakapi.
Sige, thank you po.
So, add role. Okay, server 1 na. So, we're gonna install AD server 1. So you have to select between the two. We're gonna install server base, not desktop, huh? Okay, first option. Where are we going to install the Active Directory? On server 1.
Ano
What are
pinagkaiba
you?
ng cellphone desktop ginamit?
Desktop, yung mga client, mga Windows 10. Ito, Windows Server to eh. Di ba? Oo. Yung desktop, yung pag-open nyo ng laptop nyo, di ba, naka Windows 10 kayo, Windows 11. So if you want to install application, ito yung pipiliin niya sa desktop. Yung Windows 10. Okay? Since topic natin Windows 2019, server tayo. Okay? Server. Gets ba? Gets? Okay. So what do we want to install? Active Directory. Select that. If you notice, ayun yung RSAT. Automatic yan. So you can remotely manage the server. Without the RSAT, you won't be able to manage. Malinaw ba? Para saan na RSAT? Mark, Samuel? Alvin. Trini, Banyaga. So we can manage remotely. Okay? So add feature. Next. Install. So that will start the installation. Okay? So that will take a while. No? Balikan ko muna yung lesson natin. Yan. So habang nag-i-install, explain ko lang OU, Organizational Unit. Use containers to group objects within a domain. You cannot apply GPU to containers. Okay? Hindi pwede, kaya may OU. Container are used for system objects only. So, ano difference ng OU sa container? Ang OU, you can create groups, no? within the groups, you can add members. OU, let's say you would like to patch or upgrade Windows Server 2019. So isang OU yun. So you create a group policy and apply to 2019. Tapos if you want to upgrade naman mga Windows 10, ipapatch nyo, you need to create another specific OU for that. Separate. Kasi iba yung service pack ng Windows 10 sa Windows 2019. Malinaw ba? Okay, so another purpose ng OU is to separate objects. Okay? You create OU to configure objects by assigning GPO. So usually, para sa group policy to. And you can delegate admin. Let's say help desk group on this OU only. Okay? Active Directory schema is the rows and partition. This is the structure of database of Active Directory. Active Directory yan. So ito yung schema. So ito yung database naman. Let's say user principal name. Anong value nun? Yung email address. Yun ang user principal name. Diba? Sa user naman, password, last set. Kung kailan ka huling nag-password, yun ang value niya. Malino ba? Let's visit again. Tapos na ba siya? Ayun. So, promote this one, this server to a DC. So, you need to promote that one. So, ito, may tatlong options. Ito yung sinasabi ko. So, if this is the first server in the forest, you have to select the first one. You have to add a new forest. Okay? If this is the first server in the new forest, you have to select the first one, add new forest, then type the forest. If this is a new domain to an existing forest, let's say meron ka ng forest, child domain yon, sub-OU. Okay? Ang tree naman, which is the main forest. Child is subdomain. Okay? Next naman, add DC to an existing. Kung meron ka ng existing domain controller, add mo lang to so you can have 2 for best practices. No? Since this is the first time, gagawa ko ng root. Root domain ang unang-una. Okay? Nexus.local. And then, it's doing something. Okay? Validating. Ayan, valid. So, by default, gusto niya install in DNS. Sige, okay lang kasi for naming resolution. And by default, gusto niya install in global catalog for easier searching of objects. Okay? So, anybody can give me example of object? Trini? Object. Ano yung example ng object? Object is a collection of users, groups, and computers. Tama, tama. Para mabilis niya hanapin, si user. Ganyan, and then this is the type, the directory service restore mode. Ito yung, let's say, yung help desk team ninyo accidentally deleted 1,000 users. Na-delete niya, sabi, oh my God, na-delete. Na-delete yung user. So how are you gonna restore yung 1,000 deleted user? It will be asking for a password. And ito yung password na yun. Okay? Kaya tinatawag siyang directory service restore mode. Pag ito, hindi binigay ng succeeding predecessor niyo, yung admin, we won't be able to restore. No? So ito yung unang tatanong niya. Para ano ba yung DSRM? Huwag ka muna lumayas. Okay? Malaking problema yan. Kailangan may handover. Ayan, sa validating. NetBIOS naman is used for backward compatibility with the pre-Windows 95, no? Ang Windows 95, Windows XP, NetBIOS kasi yung resolution niya. No? Nexus.local naman yung may domain, no? Okay? So ito yung data store. So specify the location of the database and log files. It's under NTDDS and sysball. Okay? Accept the default validation prerequisite checks. Okay. Yeah, validation. Ito yung medyo matagal na konti. So you have to wait. So yun. So all prerequisite check pass. Install nyo na. After this, you need to reboot. Okay, malinaw. Reboot, ha? Reboot. Any changes? You need to reboot. Ito na yan. AD replication. So within an AD, infra, standard DC replicate AD by using multi-master. By default, you don't have to do anything. So ano ibig sabihin ng multi-master? Lahat master. Walang slave. Walang download only or send only. Anyone can propagate, send and receive. For example, multi-master. if I create one user here, it will be automatically propagated to server 2. Okay, so ito yung database ng Active Directory. If I create 1,000 new objects here, it will be automatically propagated. Okay, nagkokopyahan sila. Synchronizing at the same time. Okay, malinaw ba? Yun ang multi-master. Ano ulit yung multi-master, Tiro? Sir Tiro, what is multi-master?
May capability na for example, meron tayong initial na set na master. Pwede niyang i-copy yung next niya. Nagpo-propagate.
Yes,
So,
tama.
dalawa silang may capability.
Kumbaga lahat can do pool-based, he can store forward, they can do attribute level. Pwede sila mag-synchronize. Okay? Thank you. Active Directory data is separated logically into several partitions. So ito yung sasabi ko. No? So meron tayong database ng Active Directory. Ay, hindi yan. Nasaan na yan? Active Directory. Yan. So ito yung Active Directory database. So meron siyang partition. Hinatiin sa 4. Okay? So ano yung first? First is configuration partition. This is how you connect to different domain controller. Ano yung configuration? No, let's say ito yung domain admin, and then I would like to copy a specific configuration like your IP address, your DNS, your gateway, and so on. Okay? Na meron din naman siyang second partition is schema partition. Ito yung Active Directory structure. Rows partition, properties, and attributes. Okay? Meron din siyang domain partition such as child domain, tree root domain, parent domain. Ganun na. Meron siyang optional application. Kung meron siyang SQL server, this is the configuration on how you connect to the SQL application such as system admin ID, password, ano ba yung collation ng SQL database. Okay? So, segregated into 4 partition. Malinaw ba? Characteristic of replication. Paano mag-copy? Yun nga, multi-master, anyone can synchronize to any domain controller. Meron naman download only. The download lang niya. Okay, the download lang niya. So, pag configure mo pool base, server 1 can download server 2. Pero server 1 cannot send update to server 2. Ganun. Meron naman data store, partitioning, yung specific partition lang. Such as schema, yun lang gusto ko i-propagate or synchronize. Okay? By default, automatic generation na yan. You don't have to do anything. They can synchronize objects anytime they want. Meron naman attribute level. Attribute yung ganito. Yan. Gusto kong sa user i-copy yung home phone lang. Lahat ng home phone nila. Ganun lang. Attribute level. Okay? Or I would like to copy the company name. Ganun lang. No? Attribute. Meron namang distinct control of inter-site replication. Especially sa region na remote, let's say Africa region. I don't want to copy the whole Active Directory database. Gusto ko lang yung user schema so they can log in. Yun lang. Kasi alanganin yung site not secure, di ba? So ang kakopy ko lang is yung user schema, which is this one. Ito. Yan. User schema. So ito lang ibabato ko. Okay, wala silang idea about how site are interconnected using site link, how site connected using subnet, okay? And you don't share the secret shared password, wala ding remote access server, strictly sa property user lang. Yun ang distinct control of inter-site replication, okay? Hindi mo gustong kopyahin lahat. And meron din siyang collision detection and management. So what is collision detection? Ito yun. So I'll give you an example. Collision detection is automatically detected and the one with the latest date stamp will win. Ganito yun. Kasi na-create ka na user dito, Elena Darna. Dito rin na-create ka Elena Darna. So who will win? No? So kanino? Magko-conflict yan, di ba? Pag nag-replicate yan, boom, banggaan sila. So don't worry, intelligent ang Active Directory. He can manage. The one with the latest date stamp. Yun lang yan, ha? Kung sino yung pinaka-latest na information. How you sign in process. Let's say sa Facebook, how do you sign in? Username, password, di ba? Yung mga ganun lang. Or yung OAuth na tinatawag. Open authorization, which is more advanced. No? Okay, ganito sa Active Directory. when you sign in, the user account is authenticated to DC. That's why you need DC. If this is off, you won't be able to log in. Ganun lang kasimple. Da? Once na nag-login ka, DC will give you TGT, ticket granting ticket. It's a ticket. Let's say bumili ka ng ticket sa Cinema 1. Okay. That ticket contains your access. Cinema 1, access mo. Ganun lang. No? Kung meron pang Cinema 2, you can go inside Cinema 2. Okay? And the DC controller returns access to server. Then you can sabihin nito, he was login successfully in this domain controller. Ganun lang siya. No? Lesson 2, Windows. Do you have any question about sign-in process, replication, schema? Any question? Kung wala, we're gonna install a domain controller on a second server. If you notice kanina, pinili ko add new forest. So meron na tayong forest. That server is the first domain controller in the first forest. Now, yung second server natin, gagawin ko additional lang siya. Para dalawa, for best practice. Okay? Just in case na nag-fail yung isa, you can authenticate on the second server. So we can install a DC on a server core and install a DC on installing from media. Hindi na natin gagawin to. Wala na tayong core. Ngayon na, ito na ating second project. We can install AD. Okay? Kaya na-discuss ko na yun eh. So na-install ko na AD sa server 1. Server 1, ayan o. So if you notice, ang ating domain is Nexus. Yan. Server 2 naman, hindi pa natin na-install. So the first thing you need to do is join this one sa domain. So join na natin ang server 2 sa domain. So go scroll down, system info. And then change, nakita nyo? Work group. We're gonna change that one to domain. So change to a domain, which is nexus.local. Press enter. Then it will be asking for a domain ID and one welcome exclamation bomb. Then it will say welcome to the domain. Ayan, no? Tingnan niya. Welcome to the Nexus local domain. Then you have to reboot. Okay, so if you view, kung view na natin yung Active Directory, ito yung AD natin. Launch niyo yung Active Directory users and computers. Makikita niyo sa ating computer na join na natin yung server 2. Okay? Server 2. Tapos na yan. So next one, server 3. You need to join sa domain. So let's go server 3. Same process. Same process. Okay? So join na natin. So this should appear here in server 3. No? So same process. Right-click on Windows taskbar, system.
Ay, sir, question.
Sige, go ahead.
Yung authorization or password na ginamit natin, which is which? Password ba ni server 1 o yung password ni
Domain. Domain. Password ng domain.
Okay.
Password ng domain. So we login as domain admin.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Change to domain. So all throughout the lesson, puro tayo domain admin lang. Okay, so login as domain. Ganito mag-login sa domain admin. And then will be authenticated, pass ng ticket, nag-join sa domain, reboot. Okay. So this should appear here. It should appear here. Huh? Refresh. Boom. Ayun. Okay. Naka-join na. So tapos na yung task na to. So server 1 and 2, server 2 and 3 has been joined to the domain. Next task is we're gonna create second Active Directory sa server 2 para mag-propagate yan lahat. So we can prove the theory we discussed is working. So we're gonna promote server 2 to domain controller. Okay, so login as domain admin ha, hindi local admin. Ay, teka, local yun nilagin ko. Sandali. So, lalog out ako. Sign out, sign out. Naglogin kasi ako sa local eh. So, action, control, alt, delete. Other user. Gusto ko domain. So, Nexus / administrator. Ganun, ha? Pasok, ha? Domain. Server 3 din, lalagin ako as domain. So, click other user. Pwede rin pala yung isa. Naka-Nexus na pala tayo. Yan. So, ito yung second natin. So, same task lang gagawin ko. So, hindi pa siya tapos. Server 2 will become our second active directory. Busy pa, busy. So, you have to wait until this one is finished. Tapos na siguro. Same thing, same story. Active directory. Okay na. I already told you what's the purpose of those. So that's why I'm quickly navigating na lang.
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Sir, yung server 2, bali, load balancer ba siya? Or parang replication lang?
Somehow, para siyang load balancing.
Okay, sir.
Pero we never configure yung load balancing. Kasi pag sinabing load balancing to the core, meron kang DNS load balancing, DHCP balancing, Active Directory balancing. Hindi ko pa kinonfigure na load balancing siya. Pero for some reason, if server 1 is unavailable, it will be taken by server 2. Okay?
So, sir, parang failover lang siya, sir. Just
Parang
in case.
ganon.
Pero hindi siya load balancer in the sense na
Well, naghahati din sila. Hindi pa masyado kasi wala pa akong kinoconfigure na load balancing.
okay, sir. So, parang example, sir, punong-puno na si server 1 ng mga users, hindi siya lipat sa 2. Hindi ganun. Hindi pa ganun, sir.
Hindi ganun. Anyone can take up the slack. Kaya walang distribution. Okay, so second project at DC. So magiging dalawang domain controller. So how do you check? If you notice this one, we only have server 1. Now for best practice, kailangan dalawa. Kaya dalawang gagawin ko. Okay? Not for the reason of load balancing or failover, but for best practice lang. Okay, so I'm adding server 2 to the domain controller. Ngayon, is asking me if I want to copy the DNS. Kasi we have a separate topic eh. I'm gonna make a DNS load balancing. So, tatanggalin ko muna. Okay? Yan. So, any domain controller can replicate. That's why I select that option. And then, prerequisite check. Sabi niya, pass. So, we're gonna start installing. Checking domain upgrade status. Yeah, refresh. Mamaya mag-appear server 2 dyan. Okay? So that will take a while and it will be rebooted automatically. So, saan na tayo? Yeah, what is DC? Let's continue the lesson. What is DC? Domain controller. So I think I've mentioned a couple of times what is DC, no? Mainly for authorization and authentication. So DC are servers which host the database, NTDS. So ito yung database natin. Alam niyo yung database, di ba? May for partition. And database is stored under sysvol as well. Okay. DC hosts Kerberos authentication service. So what kind of authentication Kerberos? Kerberos authentication. What protocol it uses? LDAP protocol. Magkaiba yan ha. Remember DC has authorization authentication. So one of the function is authentication, but it's using Kerberos. Okay. Kerberos performs the authentication. For best practices, for high availability, you need at least 2 DC. For security reason, kailangan nyo ng read-only DC. Kung meron pang domain controller, So in a remote site, which user can authenticate locally, but read only, meaning you cannot change the password, you cannot change the setting, change the first name, last name, you cannot do anything. Any password change will be set to the main domain controller. And BitLocker for security reason. Ang BitLocker is just added security. Diba user name and password, usually what you use when you log in. So this one, another security mechanism, you will be asked with another PIN number, parang 6-digit PIN number. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yan. Pag naglagay sa laptop mo, in-enable BitLocker, mag-a-ask pa yan ng PIN number. O diba? More secure. Hindi lang username password. What is global catalog? Global catalog hosts partial attributes set for the domain in the forest. Partial, meaning not the full properties. Hindi yung, hindi lahat, no? Hindi first name, last name, telephone number, account number, and so on. Ano lang, for easier searching, let's say user 1 residing in London, naka-point na dun sa London. Na pag nag-login si London, na uwi ng Pilipinas, yung global catalog will point to that reference. Okay? In other words, it support queries for objects throughout the entire forest, no? Like yung sa employer ko, IBM, worldwide kami, no? Minsan nasa Hong Kong, minsan nasa Japan, minsan nasa Australia, di ba? Palipat-lipat kami, no? So, for easier login or for faster and more efficient, you need global catalog, okay? Mark, Samuel, para saan ang global catalog?
So, sir,
Yeah.
for my own understanding, sir, ano yan, sir, lalagyan ng mga objects, sir,
Tama.
globally. And if you implement best practices, you need multiple copies in case of cyber attacks and some
Yeah, that's correct.
disaster, sir.
Yes. So if, yeah, mainly for easier searching. Parang, let's say you are searching for a book, let's say Lord of the Rings. Papasok kayong library, di ba, nasa school. Paano yung makikita yung Lord of the Rings? You have to go dun sa catalog. Inside the catalog, maraming index card, di ba? Yung index card na yun, nandun yung location ng libro, X and Y coordinate. So pupunta ka doon, row 1, column 4, na dun sa index card. Yun ang global catalog, okay? For easier searching. Kasi you could have millions of objects eh. No? Malinaw ba ang global catalog? Okay, next is Operation Master. Tawagin nating Ops Master. In the multi-master replication, some operation must be single master. Ibig sabihin, single domain controller can perform anything. Like, siya na yung domain naming master, schema, read master, infra, PDC, emulator. Okay? Siya na yan. Pero many terms are used for single master. Okay, single master, let's say single operation, schema operation, reads operation, infra, 5. Now, yun yung mga single master. These are the 5 FISMO role. No? Flexible single master. Kaya siya tinawag na flexible. One server can perform the rest, the five roles. No? Isa-isay natin. Ano ba yung domain naming master? Diba? Wait lang. Okay, so ano tong 5 role na yan? 5 role. Shortcutting ko lang, read master is the one responsible for creating security ID. Lahat ng object has a security ID. No? So ano yung tsura ng security ID? So ganito yan. So go to ICE. Login as admin. Nakita niyo yung ginagawa ko, admin. So gawa na tayo ng shortcut dito. ICE. Kita ba niya? Ayun, kita niya. So pin to taskbar. Ganun na, shortcut niya. Tapos run as admin para hindi na magtanong ng password. Yan. I'm gonna show you the read security ID. So to view, get AD user. Okay. Administrator kung for example. I would like to display yung properties ng security ID. Yan. So, the user is administrator and the security ID is S. Usually start with S, security ID. And this is the its unique identifier. So when you create a user, the one responsible for giving you or assigning you a security ID is the read master. Malinaw. Okay, malinaw read master. Jets, para saan ang read master?
For security ID.
Yeah, for creating, tama, thank you. For creating a unique security identifier, for creating a unique global unique identifier for server, no? See, this what makes you unique. Trabaho niya yan, no? So I'll show you how unique. Let's say na-create ako ng user. So new ID user is to create new user. Pangalan is Chris. Okay? And then kinwiri ko, I wanna view the security ID. Okay? Ni Chris. So I need to query the schema partition properties with the attribute of security ID. Nakita niyo yung security. Ako yan user Chris. Security ID. Sabihin natin 1105. Okay. Tapos dinilit ko si Chris. Dinilit ko. Remove user Chris. Ayaw. Remover. Remove AD user. Ayan, sabi. Are you sure? Yes. O, dinilit ko. And then, nag-recreate uli ako. Nag-create uli ako. Okay? So, this should give me a different security ID. Tama? So, the new user na Chris has different ID. Remember yung kanina, 1105? Ngayon, tingnan nyo. Same user, newly created, security ID, 1106 na. Okay? Incremental, di ba? Nag-i-increase. Yung kanina, 1105. Hanapin natin. Yun na. So that means if you accidentally deleted 100 user and you created manually, the permission will be totally lost. Tanggal ang permission. Pag naglagay nila sabihin, asa email ko? Asa yung file server ko? But wala na akong rights. Hindi ko na ma-open. Kasi nga, it's a unique user. Hindi na yung dating Chris. Okay? So, ano gagawin nyo? Let's say, nakadelete yun ng 100 user. Anybody? Jets. You don't recreate kasi you create a new security identifier. What do you need to do? Anybody? Jovenid. Let's say naka-delete kayo accidentally 100 users.
Sir, same thing dun sa ginawa mong code kanina.
Hindi, ano yun creation of virtual machine yun
I-deploy natin yung disaster recovery.
Ayun, yeah, that's correct, no? Pero something big na yan, di yan. So, pag naka-delete lang ng isang 100 object, you can restore from backup. Okay? And anong gagamitin na credential? Yung kanina, tinuro ko. To restore from backup. DSRM, yung kanina, na? So, you don't recreate. Kasi the one you're gonna create has totally different unique identifier, which removes the permission. Okay? So, this is a big topic, no? Read master. Inframaster naman, if you want to master tong mga to, you will get this book. Okay? You will get this book. Nandito lahat ng definition. Let's say, asan na yan? Search tayo. Ganito mag-search. Master. Okay? Yan. Yan. Okay? So, ito yung read master. Ito infra. Infra naman, host infra master role keeps track of changes that occur in another domain. Let's say you updated one object from other domain, that will propagate. Okay? Let's say ito. Let's say, nag-create ako ng bagong user. Sabihin natin si Mia Khalifa. Okay? So, Kinrate ko yan dito. DSA. Kinrate ko sa server 1. Saan na-create yun? Sa users. Ayun siya, si Mia. Okay? Ngayon, it should be propagated sa server 2. Tama? Check nga natin kung gumagana ang ating Active Directory. Dapat na-propagate din yan. Okay? So, to open up, yan, nag-open up na. Tingnan natin kung nag-propagate. Trabaho ng infrastructure master yan. So, you can either go from here, tools, ayun na. Or you can type DSA to open up Active Directory or DSA.msc or DSAC. Take note nyo yun, ha? Sulat nyo. Oh, propagated. Propagated. Malinaw. So, whose responsibility is that? Infrastructure master. Yun ang trabaho nila, no? Next is, ano pa ba? Domain naming master. Ang domain naming master is responsible for managing addition or removal domains. Let's say you want to add remove domains. Trabaho niya yun, okay? Pag yan patay, you won't be able to add. Gets ba? Gets? Next is PDC emulator. Ito yung time. It's synchronized time against PDC. Why is it important? Why time is important? No, kasi when you add and remove domain controller or add or remove PC, computer lang no, you're gonna have a trust relationship issue. Okay? That's why PDC emulator is very, very important. Next is domain naming master. Para saan ang domain naming master? Ayun nga, nasabi ko na pala. For adding and removal. PDC emulator's time. Infrastructure master naman is the replication of objects. No? Para saan naman tong domain naming master? Domain naming master, yun nga, additional removal. Okay? So, ulitin natin. Para saan domain naming master, Jeffrey?
Add and removal.
Add and remove domain. Okay? Schema, replication of database. PDC to synchronize time among computer member. Inframaster to replicate groups, users, and computer. And read master is the one responsible for creating security ID, global unique identifier. Okay? Malinaw. Any question about op master? Wala. Okay, so gumagana na siya, no? Gumagana na siya. Balikan ko lang tong delegation control wizards. A while ago, let's say, question dito, you want to help this group to have add remove user lang or password reset lang. Okay? You don't need to add domain admin. You don't need to add them to account operator or server operator. Ganito ginagawa. So, pupunta ka lang sa domain. Okay? Delegate control wizard. Let's say, help desk 1 to, no? Gusto ko si Chris, taga-reset lang ng password. Walang pwedeng gawin kundi mag-reset ng password. Chris, ayan ha. So, ito yun. So, mamili ka dito. You have to select. So, what rights you would like to grant? Create, delete user account, reset user password. Ito yung gusto ko. Gusto ko si Chris, walang power kundi mag-reset ng user password. O, di ba? So, yan. So, the moment na nag-login si Chris, wala siyang power to join sa domain, create users, delete objects, and so on. Kundi mag-reset lang ng password. So, that's how you delegate. Okay, delegate. Any question? Okay, nagre-replicate na. So, gumagana na ang ating Active Directory. Any question before we take a break?
Sorry.
Hello.
Yung pag-grant ng certain level, yung level natin pala kanina, sorry. Administrator pala tayo. Sorry,
domain admin lagi. Domain
okay.
admin.
Ayun. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our 2 projects. So nakatapos na tayo ng 2 projects. So ito yung ginawa natin kanina. Module 1, we installed 3 servers inside the Hyper-V. Project number 2, we installed 2 Active Directory in server 1 and 2. So module 3, we're gonna create users using PowerShell. Okay, so let's have a 10-minute break and we'll resume. For the time being, please add me. No? Kailangan ma-add ko kayo. dito sa ating IT support. So si Trini, add nyo na ako. Ayan, okay, DOS. Dahil hindi nyo makukuha ang materials natin.
Yun ako, Sir Jeffoy.
Sa Trini, paano ko ba kayo add dito? Sige, add nyo na, KDOS at live. Add, add. Add nyo na. Ay, shucks. Ayun, lumabas. Trini. Sino pa?
Jeffoy,
Kaven
sir.
Lester.
Sir, ako sir, pa-add din po. Sir.
Kaven. Ay, added na pala si Kaven Lester. Jetro.
Ako rin, sir,
Jeff.
Jovelite.
Oy.
Sir, yung Alvin, sir.
AMT. Alvin Torres. Okay, sino hindi pa na-add?
Sir, parang iba yun na. Alvin. Sorry.
Kaven. Add ka na, Kaven Lester. Sino ano ba? Ano yan? Sino hindi na-add?
Sir, yung Alvin Torres, parang iba yun na.
Iba yung na-add ko? Ayan, added ka na, tol. Hi,
Hindi ko
all.
sure, sir, kung iba
Pakisabi,
lang.
hi, all. Okay, I'm gonna send all the documents na yung mga wala dito. Hindi nyo marireceive yung documents. So, I'm gonna send the book. Malaki tong book na to, ha. So, please be patient.
Sir, parang hindi ako na-answer. Yung Alvin Torres, iba yata yun.
Alvin Torres. Ito.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, parang iba yun.
Sino yung na-add ko? Hindi ikaw to?
Iba, sir, parang.
Iba ba?
Hindi ko pa nakikita, sir.
Oo,
sir,
hindi
unahan
ka
po.
nga na-add. Hindi ka nga na-add pa.
Thank you, sir.
Ayan, na-send ko na course outline, project. Send ko na rin. Slides in PDF. Pwede ba i-send lahat? Sampu lang pwede.
Yung ba sir yung nasa Google Drive before?
Oo. Pareho
Ayun,
lang
okay.
siya.
Okay, sige sir.
Okay, na-send ko na lahat ng materials. Okay, let's have a break. So break muna tayo. 10-minute break lang.
Hindi to.
Yan, break muna tayo. See you later, bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so let's continue. Uy, 16 na tayo. Dumami, ah. Dami. Okay, so we finished 2 projects. Next project is module 3, auto creation of users using PowerShell. So may question kanina, how do you upload the labs to server 1? So ito yung steps, makinig na kayo. Sino yung nag-ask kanina, if you remember?
Jovenite po.
Ayan, Jovenite, ito na yun. Makinig na kayo kasi ang hirap mag-type, no? You need to upload manually. So, ito yung server 1 folder. Nasa VM. Go to your VM. Okay, ito yung VM nyo, 5 gig na. Mount. Hanapin nyo yung mount. Ayan, ma-mount nyo yung VHD. Boom, nakita nyo yan? Local disk F. Ito siya. So, punta kayo sa labs na nandito sa ayan na, C drive. Copy nyo yung labs na yan. No? Then, paste nyo dito sa F. Yung mounted na F. Ganun lang. Okay. Na-upload ko na. Unmount. Eject pala, eject. Na-eject na. Yung drive C. I mean yung VM. Power on. Ingat kayo, no? Kung nakamount yan, pinower on nyo, corrupted yan. Okay? Mahirapan kayo mag-recover yan. So, I power on again. Uy, 17 tayo. Dami, ha? Okay, finally, log in using domain. Lagi naman domain, no? Domain admin. Wala na iba. And then, go to drive C. Ganun lang kasimple. Na-upload nyo na. Ayun, no? Okay? So, ito yung projects natin na copy and paste ka. Next project is project 3. Welcome. So, close na natin to. Sagot ko na lahat ng question. What else? Project 3. Creation of users. Ay, hindi yan. Later. Okay, Module 3, user creation using PowerShell. So creating user, user accounts allow, user account allow, it will allow your deny to sign into computers, gives you security mechanism to authenticate only legit users, diba? A user account grant access to process, such as service account, and you can also manage network resources such as file, print, and services. No? User account can be created by using so many methods, using ADOC, yung manual, using the advanced admin center, using PowerShell, or yung lumang DS command. And you have to consider naming conventions such as naming format, first name dot last name at accenture.com, yung mga ganun, no? Or user principal name suffixes such as yung mga 6-digit code para hindi ma-identify na sila yan. Configuring user account attributes, so ito yung mga attributes, no? So if you wanna add profile path, so nandito yung file server and home server, ito yung connected. Let's say the moment they log in sa H drive, ito yung mga home folder nila nandun na. Percent username percent is the actual login ID or yung user principal name niya. No? So to make life easier, you can also create a template. No? So user template simplify the creation of new user account. Let's say 18 template that can be that can contain group membership on which group they belong. Let's say accounting, home directory path, profile, the location of logon script, the password, even the password you can add in template, and which department he belongs, and sino yung manager niya can be applied to the new employee. Okay? So here's a demonstration how to create multiple users. Ang gagawin natin, hindi na yung basic, advanced na tayo. We're gonna create multiple unique user. Talagang 3 user gagawa tayo kay John Lloyd Cruz, Elena Darna, and Andre Brillante. Unique user talaga. And then using PowerShell, okay, and create test user for testing. Lalagi natin kung working talaga siya. So this is good for mga incoming employees. Accenture, alam ko, in 1 month, nag-hire sila more than 100 eh. Na yung mga newly graduates. So ginagawa namin nung unang panahon, nung 19, year 2000, tagal na hindi ko na matandaan, may template kami, no? We use a VB script pa, wala pang PowerShell nun eh. So nagka-create kami ng user, nilalagay namin sa Excel, first name user, last name, department, and password. No? Tapos, rara namin yung script na yun, mag-create ng 100 users. Or, pang testing. Okay? So, paano ginagawa yan? Ito na, demonstration. Punta na tayo dito. So, project 3.1, user creation. So, since we already install Active Directory a while ago, we don't have to do this again. No, ay, teka, nilan ko. So these are the command. Can you see this one? Medyo kung maliit sa inyo, lakihan nyo na lang. Ay, ito pala hinahanap ko. Script pane. Yan no. So mag-error to kasi hindi ako naka-admin. That's why I'm gonna log out, log back in, run as admin. Okay? Always run as admin. Ha? So yung install Active Directory, installed na yan eh. So see, nothing really happened. Kasi if you remember kanina, nag-install na kaya, di ba? Control A to select all, Control C to copy all, Control V to paste. So ito yung simple PowerShell, I'll explain to you. So get AD user filter, meaning all. I want to display the property called sum account name and select account, display account name. Okay, so pag ito yung type ni-run ninyo, it will just display the current users. Sino yung mga current user? Teka, sandali. Ano yung ni-run ka? Okay. Ay, teka. Ayun, may dash minus sum account name. Ay, ayaw. Anyway, if you want to create a new organizational unit sa AD, so I'm opening up AD using DSA. Ito yung AD natin. If you notice, ang dami ng built-in org unit, di ba? Kung gagawa ako ng manual, ganito yun. New organizational unit, let's say, Banco de Oro. Ayun siya. Okay? I can do that using PowerShell then. Equivalent command is AD, organizational unit, BPI naman. Ganun lang. Okay? So meron na tayo dito ang BPI. You have to refresh. No? If you notice, hindi nag-appear yung BPI kahit ano refresh, that's because the current command has not been committed dun sa ntds.dit database. So that's why you have to close, reopen ulit. Okay? Ayun na, naka-read na. Ganun lang, hindi lang committed sa database. May mga delay factor siya. Okay? That's how you create. Next is you can create manager OU. Let's say gusto kong gumawa ng manager OU dito. Under and yeah, so this is another command to create OU under Nexus local and protect from accidental deletion. Okay? Yeah, nag-run. So managers, refresh. Wala pa. So close and open. Ayun, managers OU. Okay? Protect from accidental deletion is off, that means you can delete. Delete natin, tingnan mo. Okay? You can delete. You can delete. You can delete. Okay? Yun yung, ito hindi. Okay, walang permission. Yun yung protected from accidental deletion. Then if you want to create a user, as simple as new AD user. Ganun lang, no? Under managers. Walang managers. So, re-recreate ko na naman. No? Gagawa na naman ako ng path. New AD organizational unit. Managers. Ito equivalent nun. Yan, sa may managers na. Now, magkikreate ako ng user na Jack Robinson. Si Jack Robinson will be pipe sa managers OU. Gusto ko dito siya lalabas. Dito siya lalabas. Yan, dito lalabas si Jack Robinson. Okay? So if you want to create a user under BPI, same process lang. No? So run na natin to. Yan, input password. Nagtatanong na ng password. Okay, check natin kung na-create si sa under manager, si Jack Robinson. Ayun, created si Jack Robinson. Okay, so that's how you create using commandlet. Okay, so what about, sir, display name, description of his telephone? You can do so, no? Using the user-friendly show command add-on. So nandito lang yun. New AD user. Okay, ano yung gusto niyo ilagay? Ayan. Whatever you want. Let's say, for example, gusto mong lagyan ng telephone number. So, hanapin mo lang dito yung telephone. Press T. H-I-J-K-Q-R-S-T. So, they have different name, ha? Napansin mo? Ayun, merong office phone, may mobile phone. So, sa tingin nyo, anong tawag dito? Telephone number, diba? Sa organization, may manager. Dito may home phone, mobile number. Asan ang office number, di ba? Diba? Dami, di ba? So, dito kayo magbe-base. Mobile phone, office phone. Yan. Okay, so if you want to select those properties. If you want to create the marketing OU, you can do so using the same command pa rin. Okay, same command pa rin. Okay, so if you So I created, ano yung kinreate ko? Marketing OU. Marketing OU. So ito yun, ayan, marketing OU. Blanco, walang laman ha, walang laman. Tapos, meron tayong users. Gusto kong mag-create ng tatlong users. Ito, sa users, comma, separated value. Created in Excel. Okay? Paano comma separated value? The value of the first name is separated by a comma. The value of last name separated by comma. The value of username separated by comma. Kaya, comma separated value. Yung first row are headers. Okay? So, ito talaga yung unang row for users. If you notice, there are, let's say may bagong employee, JLC, Ellen, Andrea. No? Then make sure you change the password. I'm purposely put an error password so I can demonstrate to you kung anong tama. Yan, one welcome exclamation. Na. And then OU is located under marketing. So before you execute this, make sure meron kayong OU marketing, ha? Any questions? So dito nyo ilalagay lahat ng users. Then save. Okay? And then ito yung path. Now you have to make sure may marketing. So meron na tayong marketing path. Ayun, na-create na ako. And then enter a path. So saan located yon? So you have to rename this into lab. Kasi doon ko nilagay sa lab, di ba? Ayun, labs. Yung user CSV. Hanapin yung user CSV. Yan. So I'm pointing. So you have to do this manually. So this is called variable. AD users. Walang laman yan, blanco. Kita niya? Walang laman, di ba? The moment na you run this, it will copy the content of the comma separated value into AD users variable. View natin anong laman ng variable. Oh, may laman na. Nakita niyo? Si John Lloyd, si Ellen, si Andrea. So that's how you assign value into a variable. Now, we're gonna be using for each simple statement. So meaning, for each $user variable, walang laman to. User. Wala, di ba? Wala. In AD user, which contains the 3 users, we will pipe, no? Username, which is galing dito sa user CSV. Tingnan nyo username, yan, username, anong username? JLC. Username will be under username. So as of now, may laman ba ang username variable? Wala, di ba? So all we have to do is copy the content from the CSV to variable username, password, first name, last name, department, OU. Yun lang yun. Gets ba? Any questions so far na naintindihan pa naman so far? Walang question? Walang question. Madali intindihan, di ba? Then we injected a simple validation to check if the user already exists. If they exist, sasabihin dito, user account already exists. Yun lang, simple. Else, if not, we're gonna execute the same basic command, new AD user to create a user using the switches. Okay? So the variable that's been assigned will be assigned to the switches. Meaning, itong sum account name na yan, ito yung Active Directory properties inside the schema. Tingnan niyo Get AD user, meron bang Chris? Papakita ako ang laman ng sum account name Yun. Okay, sum account name, yun Sum account name is Chris. Okay. Ano ginawa niya? Yung variable has been added dito sa Active Directory. Ganun lang yun. No? Inad lang, kinreate dito. Kasi yun yung schema. Yun yung correct database property name. Okay? Same with name, given name, surname, change at login, blah, 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 blah. Lahat yan. Okay? And then the password will be converted into secure string. Kasi readable tong password di ba? Anybody can read this If you hand over this one to anybody, alam mo yung password mo. Ayan. So, ang gagawin natin, ko-convert natin yung plain text into hexadecimal. Ko-convert lang niya by force. Okay, nagets ba? End. Okay? So, itong $user meaning integer whole number. So, for each, so meaning 1 yan. Mag-i-start yan sa 1. The moment na nira natin yung command. Okay? Ready na ba kayo? Kararan ko na yung command na yan. So, magkakreate ng 3 users by the name of JLC, Ellen, and Andrea. As of now, wala pa. Tingnan nyo Marketing, it's totally empty. Totally empty. Okay? Let's run. So, by playing, the play button, done. Tapos na. Nakita nyo ba? Refresh. Ayun, nakreate na yung 3. Ang bilis Hindi nyo wala nakita. So, if your boss asks you by Monday or by next time you see them, what did you learn? No? I learned how to create user account using PowerShell script. No? And this is production quality. You can be using this in your actual work. Okay? Yun yung unique ID. Any question? Ngayon, sa mga test user naman, let's say gusto nilang test user, 3.2 naman yan. Ano yung test user? Usually they ask me, can you please create 2,000 user so we can test sa airline reservation system natin. No? Kasi dati when I was working in Accenture, Navitaire is one of our customer. Ang Navitaire, sila yung nag-handle ng Cebu Pacific. No? Now, in one day, sa isang server, kaya niya 1,000 credit card transaction. No? So, how will you know kung kaya ng isang server 1,000 credit card transaction? So, kailangan mo ng 1,000 user. Malinaw. Yun ang purpose nito. So, user creation using bulk command. This will create 100 user. So, first, we're gonna create Nexus users. Okay? And then, the path of the OU is Nexus user. The username is Nexus user. And then the first user will be Nexus user 1 up to 101. So for each statement, integer 1 starts with number 1. So i-display niya 1. So magiging Nexus user dash 1. Okay, gets? Dash 2, dash 3, dash 4, up to 101. So mag-create siya ng ganung user. Test user. Okay? So saan i-create yung user? The user will be created under the path you specify. And the change at password logon will be set to true, meaning the moment they log in, they should change the password. And that password will be converted into a secure hexadecimal string. Okay? Palitan niyo yung password. Yan. And by force, it will be, it bypass everything. Okay? It'll bypass everything. Ready na ba kayo? So, first, it will create the OU Nexus users. Refresh natin. Pakita ko, wala. Okay. Run na natin. Boom, creating user 1, 2, 12, 13, 14, 16, 20, 27, 28, 37, 42, 46, 52, 53. Ang bilis, ano? 72, 78, ang daming test users. Tapos, let's open the Active Directory. Ito na siya, Nexus users. Ayun ang user. Diba? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ang dami. Okay, up to 101 because we define the last user to be 101. Ngayon, is it production quality? Meaning, can we use it talaga in production? Siyempre pwede. Let's pick a user. Nexus user 11. Okay, switch user. Log in the user. Change user nga. Nexus user -11. Password is 1 welcome. Diba? We said change the password at logon. So this will ask us to change the password. Tingnan mo. Oh, the user password must be changed before signing in. Secure, diba? Nalagay ko 1 welcome to. 1 welcome to. Oh, nakalagin. Successful. The password has been changed. So all user was created using production quality. Talagang use, pwede na gamitin ka agad. Any question? Let's log in Andrea. Tingnan nga natin kung talagang gumagana yung mga ginawa natin. Working. Okay? Andrea Brilliant is working. Any question? Okay, wala na. So that's done. We finish 3. We're gonna move to module 4, group maintaining Active Directory. Excuse me. So project number 4, ito siya. Excuse me. So usually maintenance is, let's say you want to create an object, computer. Tatakbo ba to? Let's say PC1. Okay. So that's how you create objects. So computer, as of now, it's only server 3. Let's try to execute this. Tingnan natin kung tatakbo. Error. Pag hindi ganyan, new AD computer. Mas simple. PCO1. Yan. So may computer ka na. Automatic dito sa OU na yan. Okay? Ano pa? You want to create a group name. Okay. So let's create a group name. New AD group. Okay. Name. New AD group. Nexus team. And then category. Dalawa lang yan. Security has seed ID. Yes, security I selected. Why? So we can grant or deny access. Okay. And then next is group scope. Tatlo to. Local, global, or universal. Global lang. So this user can log into any server in the same domain. Okay. created na. Okay, so meron tayong Nexus team group under users. Yan. Yun. Okay. Then you can add member. Let's say, sino bang mga member? Let's say lahat ng Nexus users. Dami nun, di ba? 1 to 101. Ayan, ang daming member. Yan. Na-add ko na 101 users. Okay? Ganun lang. Ano pa? You can try this one, no? You can try. Unlock account, joins as a domain, enable account, unlock user account, no? Repair broken trust relationship. Okay. So in Active Directory, you can also do a backup and restore, and part of maintenance. Okay. Okay. Sa backup naman, napaka-simple lang. So first of all, you need to add the backup feature. So go to server 1, add roles. Actually, the one we're installing is feature, so it should be at the end. Nasa dulo siya. Windows backup. Makita. Ayun, Windows Server backup pala. So I'm installing the Windows Server backup service lang. Okay? And then our backup location will be server 2. So dito kayo ilalagay yung backup natin. Yung mga mismong backup.
Sir, including yung mga ano niyan, yung mga AD user natin, ma-include or yung properties
De,
lang.
file lang ba backup ko muna? File lang muna.
File lang. Okay po.
So dito yung backup. Okay. Sa installation, completed. Okay, so meron daw siyang backup. Punta tayo dito sa Windows Server backup. Yun know. So mag-backup and restore ako. Okay. So ayan, meron na tayong backup feature. Reading data. Ngayon, sino babackup pa natin? Kung nga itong labs, no, yung folder na yan. So reading pa siya, reading. Ayan. So to create a backup, you have to create a backup schedule. Let's say 9 p.m. every night. Diba, diba? You don't want to backup the whole drive kasi 12 gig yan. Custom babackup pa natin. Okay. Ano yung gusto mong backupan? Yun ang question dito. Gusto kong backupan yung labs. Okay, labs folder. Next. When do you want to backup? Every night, 9 p.m. Ganun na. So, full backup to every night. Ngayon gusto kong backup to a shared network. Siyempre hindi dito kasi if this one crash, there's no way to restore, di ba? So magba-backup ako dun sa remote, nasa server 2. Hindi nakita, kasi hindi pa na-share. So that's why you have to share this. Tandaan nyo, you have to share this one. Share this folder as backup. Security. Yan. Kita na ba yan? Kita na ba? Yan ang tanong. Kita ba yan? Okay. Wala pang permission. So may kulang. Share. Share. Yun, naka-everyone. Dapat hindi everyone. No? Dapat naka-domain admin. Administrators. Allow all. Okay. Tingnan nga natin. Yun, no? Kita na. Kanina wala. So you know how to troubleshoot. Okay, permission lang. Yun. So it's backing up on remote location, server 2. Okay, close. So yun, na-backup na yan. Hindi pa nagra-run. So let's run the backup. Di pa kasi 9 o'clock eh. So magra-run to na 9 o'clock. Di ba? Let's back up once. Para hindi na tayo mag-antay na 9 o'clock. So dapat mag-write dito yan. Creating shadow copy. So dapat may file na. Ayun, shadow copy. Ito yung backup ng server 1. This is the catalog for easier referencing. And those are the backup. Ito yung mismong backup in XML format. Okay? Done. Na-backup na niya. Okay? So how do you recover? Let's say someone accidentally deleted their file. So just click recover. So question dito, which one you want to recover? This server or a backup stored remotely? Saan nakalagay backup? Di ba remotely? Nilagay natin sa server 2. From backup. Yan. Kukunin natin. Ngayon, so the only time you can restore a backup is if you have a backup. Kung wala kang backup, you won't be able to do so. So kung gusto mag-restore nung June, wala. Hindi pwede kasi walang backup eh. Di ba? July 1, July 1 lang may backup date nito kasi July 1. So ito re-restore ko. Okay? So I selected that one. And what do you want to recover? The whole drive C? Wala naman akong backup na drive C? Or yung labs lang na na-delete ng user, for example. So hanapin ko dito sa catalog, ano ba yung may backup? Labs, yan. So this is the folder I want to restore. Okay? Kita niya? And then it will ask you which location you want to recover. So usually, hindi ko na-overwrite yung existing. Nagkikreate ako ng restore folder. Doon natin re-restore yung backup. Okay? Create copy so that you have both version. And then, pati yung permission. Kakopy niya. No? This is not copy-paste. Without permission, you won't be able to open it. Do you want to recover now? So dito yung pupunta. C:\restore. Yan ha. Kita niyo, walang laman ha. Ito na, re-restore na natin. Recovers, trying to pull up information from the right side. And then copying to server 1. Done, completed. Na-restore na niya yung file. Yun. Including permission yan. Hindi lang yan, ayan no, permission ng administrators. Access, di ba? Okay, that's one part of maintenance. Any question? Wala. Next, let's move on. Module 5, group policy object. So, sa group policy object tayo. So, group policy object. Recording ba to? Yeah, recording. Module 5, implementing group policy object. What are GPOs? GPO is a very powerful admin tool, no? So you can use it to enforce various type of settings to a large number of users in computer. Typically, you can use GPO to apply security settings. Let's say, password policy set to 30 days, mga ganun, no? You can also manage desktop application settings. You can change the settings. You can install. You can also deploy application software. No, so paano mag-deploy ng software? Ganito yan. So you have to type GPO. GPMC, Group Policy Management Console. So ito yung Group Policy Management. And then meron siyang domain level and meron din siyang site level. So dito lang tayo sa domain, meaning I would like to install application to any member of the domain. Okay? So let's say mag-create ako ng group policy. Let's say install Adobe Reader. Gusto kong installan yung 10,000 laptop ng Adobe Reader. So ganyan lang yan. Okay? So meron na akong group policy. Ito yung group policy ko. Next thing you need to do is edit. What do you want to do with this one? I would like to install sa computer. So that's why computer config tawag doon. Anything you want to install. Go to software setting kasi I would like to install Adobe. New package. So you have to find that MSI. Wala akong MSI. So hindi ko madedemo, no? Pero kung may MSI yan, select the package. Click OK, OK, OK. Magdi-deploy na yan, no? So saan magdi-deploy ito? Sa user ng managers. Let's say, di ba doon sa manager may 3? Or doon sa Nexus users na may 101 users. All you need to do is link the GPO. What do you want to link? Install Adobe Acrobat Reader. So the moment yung user 1 up to 101 log in, install na yung software. Okay? May install na yung software. So that's one purpose of GPO. Deploy application software. You can also do folder redirection and you can also do configure network settings. Let's say, ang DNS ng mga laptop, isa lang. Paano kung hindi available yung isa? No? So might as well put 2 DNS IP address, diba? Or if you want to put 2 gateways, mga ganun. Next, ano ba? Overview of GPO. So meron yung GPO link if you would like to assign to that group, to that OU. Okay. You can also do security filtering and Windows Media Instrumentation, let's say related to hardware. Okay. Ang GPO is processed in the following order. First, i-apply niya sa whatever yung local policy. Ito. Meron yung local policy. Okay. Before the forest, meron tayong tinatawag na SecPol, hindi pala dyan. SecPol. Ito yung local policy. Yan, local yan. Ang local policy, local policy, ang local policy niya is ito. Security option. Yan. Audit logon event, meaning hindi siya nag-audit. So if you want to audit for successful login and unsuccessful login, in-enable ko siya. So the moment na nag-login locally, whoever yung attacker o hacker na yun, malalaman natin kasi ino-audit na natin siya. Okay? So that's the local. Now that local can be inherited in site level. Okay? So babagsak yan sa site level. Pupunta na yan dito. Diba? Local. Site. Yan, site level. Whatever yung policy ng local will be inherited dito. After nyan, domain. After nyan, forest. Okay? Domain and then forest. OUGPU. So ito yung structure niya. No? Demonstration. Demo na. So I'm gonna create an object. I'm gonna edit the object. I'm gonna link the object and view the effect. Okay, tingnan natin. So the first policy I'm going to create is policy. Actually, ang pag-create ng GPO dito ko sa starter GPO. Hindi, dito pala. Dito nakikreate lahat. No? Test user natin is si server 3. Okay? Nalagin ko si Andre. Ay, nakalagin na pala si Andre. Ha? As you can see, may time. Kita nyo? I would like to remove that one using group policy sa lahat ng computer. Who is a member of manager? Si Andrea, member of manager. Member ba siya ng manager? Ay, sorry. Doble. Sino ba yung mga manager? Ay, Jack Robinson pala. Marketing. Ayun, si Andrea, member of marketing. Okay? So, I will create a group policy to remove this clock under notification area. Tawag dito notification area. Ito. Notification yan. This is the taskbar. This is the desktop. This is start menu. Okay? So, you need to identify ano yung mga location na yun. No? So, new group policy to disable clock. Okay? Papatayin natin to. So, yan na. Meron tayong group policy. Next thing you need to do is edit. So, clock. Notification. So, how do you find that? Ito, user configuration kasi yan. No? You usually go to admin template. And tingnan nyo, yun yung desktop. Kita nyo, desktop. Hanapin nyo dito, remove clock. You can also remove a recycle bin. Kita nyo yan, recycle bin. You can also remove that by enabling the object. Okay, remove yan. Kasi yung clock na hinahanap ko. Diba? Di natin makita, di makita. So just in case sa sobrang dami, you can do filter option. And then, type the keyword. Then sabihin niya, ayun, start menu pala. Start menu, taskbar. Pero ito, notification yan. Eh. Click natin itong taskbar. Remove clock from system not. Yan ang hinahanap natin. So we're looking for an object to remove clock from the notification. Ito yan yung notification. He's notifying you. Ang time is 6:59. Kaya notification. Okay? Enable na yung dalawa. So that's done. Next thing you need to do is to link. Link yan sa marketing. Link. Anong gusto? Disable clock. Yan. Okay. Si ang marketing is si Andrea. Si Andrea to, di ba? So, lalag out natin. So, for changes to take effect, para mawala yung clock and recycle bin, users need to sign out and log back in. Okay? Usually, pag 5 p.m., nagsa-sign out na sila. So, the following day, makikita nila, uy, ba't nawala na yung recycle bin ko? Ayan, applying user settings. Nakita nyo? Nawala na yung recycle bin, nawala na yung clock. Okay? Group policy nag-take effect. Galing na. Any question?
Dito rin po ba, sir, na yung backdoor sa yung kumbaga yung mga local or yung mga normal user is hindi pwedeng makapag-backdoor sa ibang computer or sa server mo?
Backdoor? Paano backdoor?
Yung yung mag-access po yung ibang client computer to server using yung yung / tapos yung
Hindi,
computer
lang
name.
to, group policy lang to, group policy.
Ang
backdoor system account ginagamit ng mga attacker na. They can log in sa using system account, but once na compromise yun, they can do anything. Parang root access din domain access. Mag-iba naman to, group policy lang to.
Okay.
If you wanna access using backdoor, enroll kayo sa ethical hacking namin.
Sige po.
Papakita ni Sir Richard paano ba mag-backdoor without user account. Actually, meron system. Kasi lahat ng account ng access nasa system eh. Ito papakita ko sa inyo. Tama ha? Ayan no? Yan ang ginagamit ng mga attacker. Lahat ng Windows may system account. Ngayon, ano yung system account, sir? Hindi nyo alam. Hindi ko di-discuss yan. Enroll kayo ethical hacking. Okay. Yan ang ginagamit ng backdoor ng mga hacker. Doon sa demo namin, na-attack namin yung Windows na compromise. Kita namin desktop. Pati yung drive C kita namin. No? Using system account. Okay? Tingnan mo, Windows root yan. Napasok system. Ito pa. Ba't nag-i-exist lahat yan? Diba? Yan yung backdoor. Hindi, kailangan yan ng Windows. Yan yung pinaka-root niya. Gusto niya kasi. Okay? So that's group policy. Any question about group policy? Wala na? Then let's move on to folder redirection, which is an advanced group policy. Dito na tayo sa folder redirection. So module 6, folder redirection. But first of all, what is folder redirection? Folder redirection enable users and admin to redirect the path of a known folder from her laptop or her PC to a file server. Okay, lahat ng sinave niyo sa desktop ninyo, sa laptop ninyo, automatically uploaded sa file server. Parang Dropbox, parang Google Drive. So you can go anywhere you want and access all the files you have. No? So the new location can be a folder on a local computer, no? Such as your desktop, my pictures, my documents, and can be uploaded sa file server, sa remote location. And then users interact with files in the redirected folder. You're updating that documents pero you don't know na it's being updated din sa file server directly. No? The files in the folder are then available for the user from any computer. Let's say nasira yung first laptop mo, just move on to the second laptop. You can access the same file. Okay? Ganito yung application yan. So let's say call center agent number 1, first day nag-login siya dito sa PC1. Okay, so nakita niya lahat ng files niya, no? Payslip, pictures, and so on. Then for some reason, nung pumasok siya kinabukasan, it's being used by different agent. So ito na lang yung available. So yung user 1 na yung nag-login dito, he can still see the group files. Okay, he can see the content of yung local laptop niya. Kita pa rin, no? Whatever yung sinave niya sa laptop niya. So that's one good thing about folder redirection. Okay? Ano yung mga practical example? Centralize data from your PC to the file server. User will be able to access network file even if there is a network outage. Let's say nasa Boracay ka. Then for some reason, naputol yung globe. Di ba? Mahina signal ng globe doon. Eh, nag-work. Ine-edit mo yung payroll ninyo. Naglalagay ka ng sweldo. Okay lang yun. Kahit ma-disconnect ka, you can continue working. And then, the moment you connected sa site ninyo via VPN, it will be uploaded. Ay, galing. It can also optimize bandwidth, enable mobile user to work anywhere in the world. Okay? Thank you. So, paano ginagawa yun? So, as a system admin, ganito yung gagawin nyo. No? Folder redirection. It's a group policy. So, first of all, punta kayo sa group policy. Group policy, create an group policy object. Sabihin natin, folder redirection. Ayan, saan na yung folder? Ayan, then edit. Ang folder redirection should be under template. You know. So user config folder redirection. Okay, so what can you redirect? You can redirect desktop, start menu, documents, pictures, music, videos. No? So let's say you have a desktop, downloads, document, pictures. Pwede yan, no? So let's say si Andrea Brillantes came from Boracay. And then nandito yung shot niya, shot number 1. Okay, yeah. Kung ano picture. Gusto ko ma-synchronize picture, so all you need to do is right-click properties, select basic configuration. Now, kailangan meron kang file server folder. So gagawa ka dito sa drive C mo ng file server. Sabihin na lang natin FS. Okay? Then for the time being, bigyan mo ng permission, share mo yan. You have to share to administrators. Okay? Done. Hindi lang yan, but to everyone. But that will be removed. Kita mo everyone na yan. Automatic na yan. But that will be removed. Don't worry, okay? Next, administrators. Everyone. Don't worry, this will be removed as well. Bigyan mo lang siya ng modify permission. Yan yung dalawang permission na yan. Yun ang kailangan mo. Okay? Now, you need to know the path. So, the path will be server to FS. Yun. And then, it will create username. Parang eksena. Tama ba yan? Yes. Okay, pictures. Sa pa, ano pa gusto ninyo? Redirect natin yung may pictures na yan. Documents. Anything you save under documents. Yan. Apply. What else? Anything saved ng user under desktop. Basic lang ha. Ay, ba't yan? Teka, ba't server 2 tinype ko? Server 1. Mali pala. Server 1 kasi to, di ba? Ulitin ko lang to. Edit ko lang. Ayun na, naka-server 2 ako. Server 1. Documents. Ano pa ba? Okay, done. Now, for changes to take effect, kailangan mag-log out si Andrea. Okay, so ito yung desktop. Sabihin natin desktop. Desktop file. And my document. Kailangan i-upload nyo to sa server. Documents. Okay. Document. Okay? So, yan ang mga i-upload sa file server dito. Pero wala tayong rights, no? Nakita mo FS lang. Magkakaroon ng Andrea folder dyan later on. And yun yung upload point. So, how changes will take effect? But first of all, you have to link pala. Link. So, lilink mo yan sa marketing. Sino ba si marketing? Sino yung member ng marketing? Yan ang tanong. Sa marketing, member si Andrea. Tama. Okay? Malinaw, ha? So, marketing, I'm going to link the folder redirection group policy object. Okay? Ito na. So, for changes to take effect, kailangan mag-sign out si Andrea. Okay? So, dito yan, mag-create dito ng Andrea kung tama yung ginawa natin. And then, the moment Andrea log in, you will see a folder redirection policy being applied. Okay? Bilisan nyo, talasan nyo mata nyo, ha? Ito na, ready. Tingnan nyo, ha? Applying user setting, applying folder redirection policy. Okay, nag-take effect. Tapos, nag-create ng Andrea folder. Okay. So, lahat ng file ni Andrea from that desktop is being uploaded now. Kaya it takes a while. Okay, taking a while. Okay. Ina-apply na yung group policy. Done. Boom. Uploaded na yan dito. Only Andrea has permission. Wala na tayong permission. For security reason. Ayan. No? Kaya ba nating i-inspect? Ayaw. Okay, wala. Hindi mo kaya yan. Tinanggalan. For security reason nga. You have denied permission. Okay? Only Andrea can access. Now, how will you know kung nasa file server? And then, you need to map. You need to map ang Z sa server 1FS. Yan. So, ito yung folder ni Andrea, which is save sa file server. No? Check nga natin. Ay, sa desktop, ano laman? Desktop. Tama. May laman, di ba? File server yan, no? Ayan, no? How about in documents? Di ba may isang documents? Okay. Picture. Di ba may shot siya doon? Ito yung may local. Picture, ay yung shot niya. Okay? Documents, meron siyang document. Ito yun, no? So, kung gustong makita ang under documents, punta kayong document. Desktop naman to. Update ko ng 1. Okay, sinave ko desktop yan Mismo desktop. Na-upload sa file server. Tingnan nga natin na-update with 1. Ayun, na-update. Okay. Dinelete ko sa desktop ko. Deleted din yan. Tama ha? Refresh. Deleted din. Synchronizing. Parang Dropbox. Okay? So, all your users can be able to have this kind of benefit na they can move to any computer without affecting yung mga file nila. Okay? That's folder redirection. Any question about folder? Okay, last topic is before tayo mag-lunch, 12 na ba sa inyo? Ano oras na sa Philippines?
10 o'clock.
10
10 pa
o'clock.
lang ba? 10 pa. 10?
Yes.
10, 12.
Okay. Sige, last one.
You're 2 hours ahead.
Module 7, file service FSRM, no? Last topic natin before tayo mag-lunch. Maiksi lang naman to. So far, do you have any question about folder redirection? Any
Sorry.
question?
Dito po ba sa group policy, pati yung level of access nung users natin na configure siya or separate topic siya?
Paano yan? Paano ulit?
Yung level ng access natin dun sa, for example, dun sa Active Directory users, dito rin ba siya nako-configure or separate topic?
Access, rights, permission, dito sa Active Directory. It's
Sa
how
Active
you,
Directory.
it's how you grant them access. Let's say, sa file server, let's say may isang folder dito. Sabihin natin test. Dito mo sila lalagyan ng access sa security. Let's say group ng marketing, buong marketing group. Kasi si Andrea, di ba, nandiyan eh.
Pero dito rin po siya sa group policy. Dito rin siya.
Hindi.
Iba.
Dito sa ano, dito sa permission.
Na talaga. Permission to access nung
security.
Nung certain
Group.
folder.
Per folder.
Sige po.
Per
Okay na
folder.
po.
Okay. Let's say Nexus user. Dito yun ina-add. Nexus team. Ayan. Let's say gusto mong read access lang yung buong Nexus team. Yan. Ay, ganun lang. Okay mo na.
Ayun po. Thank you po.
Welcome. Okay, next topic is FSRM. Ito na, FSRM. So module 7 is File Server Resource Manager. It's a role in Windows which enable you to manage and classify data stored on a file server. So you can classify. You can use FSRM to auto-classify files, perform tasks based on this classification. You can also set quota, let's say 100 megabyte, and create reports for management to identify. So ito yung mga feature niya. First of all, quota management. It will allow you to limit that space which is allowed for user to each volume. Okay? Meron ding file classification infra which provide insight into your data by automating classification processes. And you can control which file to access. Meron ding file management task which can enables you to apply conditional policy. Okay? Based on the condition. Meron ding file screening management which helps you control the type of file that can limit the extension. Let's say not allowed MP3, not allowed MP4. You can do that. And you can extract reports using storage reporting. Okay, so yun ang mga practical example. Okay, thank you. So I'll make a hands-on demonstration. So ito na yung step-by-step, So make sure you can follow, Add role. We're gonna add the FSRM sa server. That's why I selected first. And then under file and storage services, nandito yung FSRM. Later. Yan, so FSRM, ayun siya, file server, resource manager. Okay, restart destination if needed. Okay, so main purpose nito sa trabaho namin, ito yung ginagamit to limit mga standard user to 100 megabyte, Pag manager naman, limit it to 100 gigabyte. Depende sa requirements. So not everybody can waste all the space. Wala unlimited space, So, ubos ang space niya. So click on tools, go to file server resource manager. Yan. So ito yung first feature niya, quota management. Gagawa ko ng bagong quota, create quota, na which folder you would like to apply quota with. Sa file server yan. Limit natin ng 100. Okay? So, hard limit, pag na-reach niyo 100, magsisend ng email, or pag na-reach niyo yung 95%, mag-i-event log din siya. Okay? So, anybody who would like to save under FS, limited sa 100 megabyte lang. Okay, so si Andrea magsa-save ng 100 megabyte. Okay, so gagawa tayo dito. Ito yung step by step. So ito si Andrea. 'Di ba meron siyang Z? Remember? No? Ito yung file server. Gusto kong is-save sa documents niya 100 megabyte. Tingnan natin kung allowed pero dapat hindi, 'di ba? So I'm gonna open up command prompt to create a file. Create tayo ng file. No? Yan. So how are we going to create a dummy file? So dummy file natin ganito. MD. Gawa mo na akong dummy folder. So test. To create a 100 megabyte, the tool is fsutil. Ay nasa kaliwa. File create. New. Sa natin 150 MB. Okay, dot text. Tapos 150. 123, 123, 150 megabyte. Okay? So, punta tayo dito sa test. So, dami file lang tong kinrate ko. So, we can test if we can save 150 megabyte. Tingnan ninyo ha. O, yan. 150 megabyte talaga. Okay? Dami file. Now, can Andrea save 100 MB? Anybody? Hindi, di ba? Kasi may limit nga eh. So, sa save ko dito sa file server, mag-error siya. Boom. There is not enough space. Okay? So, nag-take effect yung quota management natin. Okay? Any question? Now, if you want to increase, edit quota properties kasi naka-hard limit siya sa 100. Gawin natin 200. Okay, 200 megabyte. Ngayon, ka-copy paste ko uli, are we able to save 150? Of course, yes. Kasi in-increase ko na 200 eh. Ayun, na-copy sa file server. Na? Okay. Na-copy siya. Okay, any question?
Ito yung setup, sir, para dun sa mga, for example, dun sa mga emails natin na nag-aano. For example, di ba, ito yung example ba na, for example, yung email natin is to receive lang ng ba yan? Yung example natin na 100 MB.
Oo. So, meron ditong email notification once na 85% utilization in this space mo. And then, magkakaroon din siya ng warning sa event log naman. And then, both. So, makaka-receive kayo ng email.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's quota. Next
Pwede
is...
ba yung sa email na data capacity ba? Kung ito lang,
yun nga in this space.
dyan din. Yung ito lang 6 MB pwede mo ma-receive, 6 MB pwede mo ma-send, gano'n.
Okay, next one is the file screening management. So, gagawa. Actually, may built-in na no? So, pili tayong template. Let's say, we would like to block MP3 and MP4. Di ba? Yeah, let's say, hindi sila allowed to save mga music file or yung mga dinownload sa torrents. Okay. So, assign mo lang sa file server na block audio and video. Hindi na sila makaka-save. So, let's say, from desktop, meron tayong kung nga music. Nandito, dito. Gagawa tayo ng music file. Copy con music.mp3. Music kung nga no? Create lang ako ng dummy file. Ayan na. Now, they should not be able to save sa documents, sa file server. No? Saan yung file server? Music. Kung nga dito sa picture. Hindi allowed black black. Oh, black. you need permission. Sabihin, you don't have permission to save music file. Okay, how about video, MP4. MP4 naman. Video, 'di ba? 'Di ba? Ayan, nag-create ako ng MP4. Okay, yeah. So ito yung MP4. Ayan, MP4, not allowed 'yan. So mag-error. Ayan, nag-error. You need permission. Okay? Galing na. Ngayon, let's edit. Edit in template kasi we said earlier to block audio and video. Okay, tanggalin natin. Teka. Gusto kong tanggalin. Tanggalin natin. Naka-active eh. Delete. Okay, so wala na. Try natin. Copy. Paste. Ayaw pa rin. Teka, picture ba yung isa-save ko? Music eh, no? Naka-take effect pa rin eh. Hindi ko matanggal eh. Tingnan natin kung pwede na. Ayun, naka-save na tayo ng music. Tinanggal ko kasi. Pati MP4. Okay? So, ganun lang siya. Okay? So, we were able to allow and disallow music or video. We were able to set quota din na 100 megabyte initially, but we extended to 200 megabytes. Okay? And napakadaming template niyan. Just select from here, 2 gigabyte, 10 gigabyte, 100 MB. Okay? Yun ang quota management. That's FSRM. Any question about FSRM? Bago tayo mag-lunch. Wala na?
Bali, sir, nagpa-propagate pa kaagad yan, sir, sa server 2, dun sa failover.
Hindi, file server to eh. Hindi magpa-propagate yun. Ang propagate lang, user lang. Yung mga user nag-propagate na yan. Tema? So, open natin na Active Directory. User 2 na to. I mean, server 2 pala. Users and computer. Ayan, no? Nexus users, di ba may 1 to 100? Ayan, nag-propagate na. Server 2. Okay? Okay? Marketing, nandun yung 3 user. Okay. Okay, working.
And then, sir, after this training, ma-upload ba kaagad yan, sir, sa YouTube?
Oo. Ay, hindi. Bukas pa. Kasi compile pa yan. Bukas pa, ha?
Sige,
So,
sir.
magchat-chat tayo dito sa group na to. Sino wala pa dito? Dito ko lalagay yung YouTube link. Diyan ko lalagay YouTube link bukas. Bukas. Hindi ko pa din po, sir, nakita mga training material. Salamat. Kevin. Nandito ba si Kevin? At Kevin. Hindi ka pa pala na-add, Kevin. Eh. Kaven. Hindi ka pa na-add, Kaven. Yun. Kaya hindi ka makakita. Wala pala dito. Ayan. Kita mo na, Kevin? Materials? Wala. Kevin, hello. Dito chat natin. Dito chat na. Wag dito. Not individual. Ayan, kita na. Okay. So, lunch muna tayo. 12:30 na dito. 12:30 na sa amin. So, lunch tayong 30 minutes. Lunch tayo. Then, do you have any question? Walang question? Stop ko na to. Okay, so continuation DFS. So, distributed file system. First of all, what is DFS? No, ano ba tong DFS na to? DFS. DFS or distributed file system is a file share replicated across multiple servers and location to increase uptime and reduce access issues related to geography, latency, and bandwidth. So in short, these are file servers. Okay, merong file servers sa data center nyo, and it's being replicated to multiple servers, multiple region. Okay. Like the one I created kanina, meron tayong file servers, 'di ba? Meron tayong file server dito. Yung FS. Ito. So, yan ang ating FS, file server. But as of now, it's not being replicated. Pag to nag-down, wala na. Goodbye data. Diba? That's the problem. So, Microsoft invented DFS. DFS is simple role, which is available sa Windows Server to auto-synchronize files between servers, no? Server 1, server 2, server 1, server 2, server 1, yan. Nagsisynchronize yun. It will give you a unified namespace, meaning URL, no? So magiging fs.nexus.local, yun. Can be accessed by any users within the same domain. So you can always access files from the closest region. You can set it up for HA, highly available or high availability of important files or efficient distribution of files such as branches. So steps to DFS share in network are given below. But first of all, malinaw ba yung concept ng DFS? May question kayo doon. It's a simple file sharing system, no? Replicated across multiple regions. So ito yung step. First, you need to install the DFS role, then enable the server, configure mo yung namespace, how user will access, configure replication group, how the file will be replicated to different groups, and configure software repo for Desktop Central. So these are the overview. Yeah, go on, sir.
Ay, sorry po, sir. Sir,
Go lang.
confirm ko lang, sir. Sa DFS ba, considered ba siya as part siya ng disaster recovery?
Hindi naman. Pero just in case na nag-down yung branch office, you still have hub site na mag-fail over. Parang ganun lang siya. Na.
Okay, sige. Okay, under siya ng BCP. Okay. Okay.
Ganun lang siya. Na. So another scenario is data collection. Yung branch office, nagsisend lang ng file sa hub site. Another scenario is data distribution. Yung branch naman, nakaka-receive ng update from multiple hubs. Let's say BDO branch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sinesend yung mga files sa branch office. So, yun ang scenario. No? Ang gagawin natin, multi-master. Branch office can send and receive, vice versa sa branch. No? Anyone can send and receive. So, ito yung deployment architecture design. Let's say, meron kang user na nasa New York and you also have a user in London. Okay? So, yung user in New York will be accessing the nearest file server located in New York. User naman na taga London, syempre within the same region din. No? Ngayon, in reality, what they're accessing, let's say this file is located under server in New York, but different URL. It's under contoso.com/marketing. Okay. And then in London naman, may target. As you can see, target. Ito yung mga folder target. Project docs. So any documents saved from marketing also save in project docs. So in New York, at the same time, they replicate sa London. So meron ditong DFS service na nagra-run, replicating the moment you save the file. Kasi nag-save ka ng 1 gig, updated ka agad dito yan, and vice versa. So ito yung scenario. Let's say user sa New York, hindi ma-access tong file server sa New York kasi for some reason, nagkaroon ng network connectivity issue. Another scenario, nag-down yung server for simple reason. Another scenario, brownout in data center. So gagawin dito ng DFS, he will be given a target. Sabihin niya, pare, connect ka na lang dito sa London. So re-redirect siya. Okay? Re-redirect lang siya. Re-redirect lang siya dyan. And vice versa. So in reality, the user in New York will not be affected by a downtime. Pero nag-down yung server. Okay, nagets niya? Parang HA, fail over. Ganun lang siya kasimple. Okay? 1 sec lang. Balikan kita. Ayan, okay. Medyo nawala na akong boses. So, implementing DFS replication. So, how does one file get replicated? Ano ba yung mechanism? So, ito yun. When you implement DFSR, first of all, it will use compression. So, let's say 1 gig dito, it will be compressed in a staging folder before sending out sa London. Kasi try to imagine, 1 gig sinesend mo. Laki nun, di ba? So, once, let's say yung 1 gig na compress ng 100 MB, tsaka send dito, decompress naman dito. Okay? It also uses a staging folder to stage a file before sending or receiving the file. Yun nga, sa staging na yun, dun niya kinocompress, decompress. And also detect changes in the volume by monitoring the universal serial number journal. So lahat ng file, may mga serial number yan. No? Para unique, let's say serial number 1. Okay, here. Tapos, in-update dito yung file, serial number 2. Okay? So journaling, para siya may diary kung ano yung version update niya. Okay? And it uses vector version exchange protocol to do the replication. So if the replication is not happening, you only need to restart the vector version. Okay. And auto recover, auto healing. If the file is not being replicated, the service will be restarted automatically. Ganun siya ka-intelligent. Configure and manage DFS by using commandlet. You can also do commandlet or PowerShell. No? Okay, so first thing, we need the URL, how user will access. Let's say gusto na user simple access. No, simple access lang. So, server 1, gusto ng user, let's say, for example, ganito lang. Lahat sila ma-access nila through unified naming conventions such as passserver.nexus domain. Ganun lang. Okay? Ma-access na nila yan. So, that's a universal naming convention. Then to configure namespace, you have to first create the folder of namespace URL and then point me folder doon. Then once pointed, i-add mo yung target sa location. Then you have to set the numbering method. Okay. DFS namespace and replication. You can also optimize DFS by renaming or moving a folder. You can rename anything you want as long as it's been pointed to the right DFS folder. You can also disable referral. So when you say referral, yung let's say this is down, no? So yung user in New York, saan mag-access ng file server? So you can create a referral directly sa London or directly to another site, which is Sydney. Okay? You can skip London kasi New York to London, let's say mas malayo. Why not New York to Washington o yung New York to Silicon Valley, ganun na. Pwede mong i-configure manually. Yun ang referral. And you can specify cache, let's say 100 MB, no? Para mas mabilis. Paano yung file mo? 1 gig, di ba? So you can create a bigger cache storage. Okay? So maganda siguro install ko muna so I can explain to you while I'm driving. No? So how do you install? It's very simple. Server manager, add roles na naman. Ganun lang, no? Then look for DFS. You know, DFS namespace, add nyo yung RSAT, and DFS replication. So it will replicate. Restart the server if needed. Yan. Ngayon, there's a step-by-step procedure pa rin na nandito sa ating labs. Sa ating labs. DFS. Yan. You can do a PowerShell pala. Anyway, I'll show you paano gamitin ng PowerShell. Ito yung command, invoke command. Nag-install na ba siya? Nag-install na ba? Ayan, nag-install na. Installation succeeded. Okay. So that means meron na tong DFS. Yun. Yan na. So namespace and replication. Problem dito, I have to install na naman manually on server 2. Okay? Kasi I've selected via wizard eh. What if ayoko ng wizard? Diba? So we're gonna be using PowerShell. Yun nga yung main concept natin. Diba? I want to automate the installation of DFS. Yeah. Parang inopen ko na to. Yeah. So this is the command. I'll explain to you one by one. First of all, in writing a command, you need to identify what service or features or roles you would like to install. Diba? How did I come up with this? Saan ba galing to, sir? Yan, shortcut dun. How did I come up with this file? So ganito yan. So first of all, you would like to list down all the features ng Windows, okay? By typing ano ba to? Get Windows feature. Yan. Redirect to a file called T. Okay? And then open the output by using Notepad. So ito yung mga modules, no? Remember we installed the Active Directory. So that's why it's X, meaning installed. And the actual name, AD Domain Services. Okay? We also installed DNS, file and server. The name is this one. Now, gusto kong install ang DFS. Okay? So hanapin nyo dito yung distributed file system. Ngayon, sa sobrang dami, nakakahilo, no? So, gagawin natin, Alt-EF, DFS. Yun. So, we successfully installed DFS namespace with the name of FS DFS namespace. Kukunin mo yan. So, you need to get the exact name. Okay? Kukunin natin. Name, ito yung gusto kong install. What else? Ito pa, ayan, no? DFS replication. We also need that one, di ba? So, I'm teaching you how to fish, no? How to install. Not just doing copy and paste, no? No, question din, paano nakuha yun? Saan galing yun, no? Ito yan. Ito yung replication. Now, is there anything else to install? So, hanap pa tayo na anything related sa DFS. Ayun, the RSAT. Remember? To manage graphically or through PowerShell, you need RSAT, Remote Server Admin Tool. Kasama dyan yung PowerShell. Okay? What else? Tingnan natin. Alt-EF. Meron pa ba? Wala na. Cannot find DFS. Okay. So that's how you extract the actual module name. Ito yung mga modules. Okay? So the next time you want to install, list nyo muna yung exact name ng module. Okay? Available meaning already there, but you need to activate. So these are the features we would like to install. Now, to install in a multiple server, the command is invoke command. No? Invoke meaning run remotely. Yan, na-explain ko talagang mano-mano, run remotely. Which remote computer name you would like to install this feature? I would like to install in server 1 at the same time at server 2. Kung gusto mo pa na another server, let's say California, server 3. No? Pero for the time being, dalawa lang. What do you want to invoke? I would like to invoke the command install Windows feature, which is inside the curly braces. Install Windows feature, these three names. So, ito na yung i-run mo. No? This is the name of the module you would like to install. Ganun lang. Okay? Okay? Yan. Tapos, what else? Wala na, yun lang. Tatlo lang yung nakita mo kasi, di ba? Curly braces. Ngayon, remember we already installed the DFS. Meron na tayong DFS server 1. Tingnan nyo, ano mangyayari, sir? I-skip lang niya. Oh, true. Okay, it's already been installed in server 1, but not in server 2. So it's collecting data to server 2, and then it will install the DFS. So meaning, if you repeat the command, no, it will do a validation, and if already installed, you don't need to reinstall. Very intelligent, di ba? Hindi siya nag-error. Meron siyang checkpoint. Ayun, tapos na. So no change needed because it's already installed. Now what we did in server 2, install the 3 feature which we extracted. So that's how you fish out, no? So that's the formula in building PowerShell commandlet on how to install Windows feature. Gets ba? Clear ba? Clear? So whatever you want to do, that's possible. Okay? So meron na tong DFS server 2. Let's go DFS. Asan na yun? Yun na. Meron na rin siya. Na? Yun na. DFS server 2. Okay? Malinaw. Next, so nandito yung steps. Reboot the server, blah, blah, blah. So, tingnan ko muna, hindi ko muna re-reboot. So, the next thing you need to do, sabi dito, is you have to create namespace. Okay? Ito yung formula nyo. Namespace, folder, targets. Okay? Ganun lang kadali Step by step talaga, pinapakita ko sa'yo. So, namespace, right-click, new namespace. Sa server 1, which is the master server, server 1. Tandaan mo, ang server 1 natin is, kung nga siya si New York. Okay? Server 1, New York. Next. What folder you would like to name? Marketing. Sige, marketing para as per discussion. Marketing. Now, you need to edit the permission. So, the DFS will create a DFS root marketing. So, shared folder to all user. Pero read-only. So, which means you cannot write. Diba? Problema yan. So, i-customize natin. Gusto ko, everyone are allowed to replicate, no? Well, in reality, you have to put the specific group, no? Nexus team. Dapat group, okay? Not everyone. And plus the domain admin, which is the administrators. So they can troubleshoot if something goes wrong. Full, okay? Nexus team, yeah. So may power. Okay, so we set the full permission sa marketing. That's done. Now, domain-based namespace, the domain base will be like this one. Okay, hindi pala ganito. Pero pwede rin ganyan. No? So, magiging domain first / file server. Ganun daw So, this is the UNC path. Okay? Okay, creating namespace tapos. So, meron tayong namespace. Yan. So, this is how user can access, no? Under FS, may marketing done. Next is the replication. Okay, so replication. Paano magre-replicate ng dalawang file server? Yun ang question. Okay. So, new replication group. So, since we only have 2 multi-purpose replication group, ito naman replication for data collection, meaning push lang sa hub to destination server. So, gusto ko anyone can write to anywhere. Okay. Name of replication group is from server 1, such as per diagram, New York to London. Okay. So, sabihin natin New York to London. Okay. Yan ang ating replication. You can put anything you want. No? Then, which servers part of the group? Server 1 and server 2, di ba? So, server 1 and server 2. Yan. Add natin server 2. Or if you have server 3, pwede rin. Let's say, Sydney naman. No? Yung parang ganito. Server 1, New York, London, server 3, Sydney. Magre-replicate yan. I don't know. I don't have it. I put it outside. Yeah, and so it's trying to connect to server 2, which is London. Okay, some server cannot be contacted. Teka, ba server 3? Sandali, server 2, nagkamali ako. Gulo kasi ng anak ko. Server 2 pala. Pag hindi ma-contact, meaning, the DFS is not installed. Yun lang yun. Kaya nag-error siya. If you notice, I'm doing all the configuration on server 1, no? So, unified configuration. Ayan, na-accept niya. Next, select a topology of connection among members of replication group. How would you like to replicate? Ito naman, hub and spoke. The hub will send everything to the branches. Ayoko ng gano'n, no? Gusto ko, anybody can send any updates to anybody. Gano'n, no? Okay? Now, how would you like to replicate and schedule? May mga sites na nagtitipid sa bandwidth. So, ginagawa nila, ang connection ko nga rin sa PLDT, 2 megabit lang. Kasi yun lang binabayaran. Ginagawa nila. Ano? Or kung gusto mo, i-full mo na lang, whatever, para wala ng configuration needed. And then, when do you want to replicate? So, you can do a scheduling. Sa mga bangko naman, 9 to 5 lang for security reason. And Sunday, walang pasok, di ba? Except for Bangko de Oro. So, ganito ang ginagawa nila. Yeah. Full replication. Yeah. Monday to Friday lang. Full. Yan. So, nagre-replicate lang yan from 9 to 9 p.m. Ganun lang, nagtitipid na. Pero ayoko, for demo's sake, continuous replication using full bandwidth. Okay? And then primary member, of course, yung server 1, si server sa New York, kunwari lang. Then, to select the primary member that you want to replicate to other member, yun nga, server 1, anong folder? Yung kanina, DFS root marketing. Okay? Now, don't forget, you have to check the permission. Ayun, nawala. Oh. Nawala yung Nexus group. Okay. In-add ko yung Nexus group. Administrators system. Okay? Kasi, pag naka-login ng marketing group, tapos wala dun sa permission, they won't be able to write. Gets ma? Gets? Very important yung permission. Now, this is the local path, server 1. Next, sino yung partner niya? So you have to define London server, okay? Which is server 2. So not set yung path. So we need to create a path. Okay, so server 2. Server 2, make new folder. Let's say file server naman ang pangalan niya. No? Magkaiba ha? Magkaiba. And then edit the permission then make replicate. Wag read only. Okay. Na question, asan ng settings? Okay, create. Ayan, na-create siya, close. You need to verify yung settings kung tama. Kasi kung walang permission to write, there will be no replication. Ito yung FS, server 2 ako ha. Sharing, meron bang path? Wala. Oh. Security. Ayun, may administrators. Okay na yan. Pero wala yung Nexus team. If you want, you can manually add the proper group na you would like to replicate. Na? Nexus team. Yan. Full permission. Okay? So, meron ng local admin plus may group pa. That's done. Tapos na. Okay? Okay? So, let's see. So, yung file server nasa DFS, di ba? DFS marketing. Yan ang nakikita ng user. Dito na naman sa server 2, FS. Ito yung marketing. So, dyan i-replicate yung file. Now, let's test by going to server 3. Gagawa tayo ng group drive. Mano-mano. No? Map. G drive for group drive. Yung DFS name. Diba? DFS name is Nexus local / FS ba nilagay ko? Marketing? FS ba marketing? Shit, nalito na ako. Tingnan mo, check natin. Nalimutan ko. Ano ba yung namespace natin? Marketing. Marketing. Okay, so this is the DFS name. Okay? Ba't nagtatanong? That's bad, no? Mali yung permissions for some reason. So, verify natin, ha? So, this is troubleshooting na. Meron ka bang permission? Share, market. Tama naman. Everyone, all. Tama naman. No? Security. Meron naman, meron. Okay? How about sa server 2? Ito na yung troubleshooting technique kasi nagtatanong siya eh. Dapat hindi na kasi I log in as, ano na nga eh. Domain admin, di ba? Ito. Ayun oh. Yan ang duda ko kanina eh. Hindi naka-share. Tingnan nyo itong marketing naka-share to. Yun oh. Kita niya? Okay. Kailangan matalas mata nyo niya. Ito hindi. That's why it keeps on asking, di ba? So, lagyan mo ng administrators, which is the domain admin, plus yung Nexus team, local group natin. Global group pala. Local group. Okay, so ganun pagtira ng mga permission, ha? Kailangan alam nyo to. Okay. Tapos, how about security? Ayan, okay na yung security. Shared na siya. Ayan, so hindi na dapat mag-error yan kasi dito nagtatanong, di ba, sa server 3. Dapat hindi na siya mag-ask kasi we log in as local. Ulitin ko, ayan, kanina nagtatanong, ano? Finish. Kulit naman, ba't nagtanong na naman? Marketing ba talaga? Sige na nga, lagay ko na nga yung pangalan ko. Yun, na-map. So this is the DFS shared, okay, under G drive, under server 1. Okay, so maglalagay na ako ng file. Okay, ito na yan. Ito na ako. Kung nasa New York ako, maglalagay ako ng test file dito, then it should be propagated sa London. Okay? Ito na, ready na ba kayo? Ready na ba kayo? Pakita ko muna yung London. Ito yung London natin. Ito yung DFS share. Dapat magka-file dyan. Re-replicate nyo yan, ha? New York, London. Okay? The user only see the DFS name. Wala siyang pakialam kung anong location yun. No? The user should not know the physical location for security reason. Ito na. So, gagawa na ako server 3. Kung ari lang test. No? Test. Ayun, no? Test. Nakita niya? Propagated ka agad. Ayun, no? Test. Test. From New York to London. Automatic, oh? Okay, maglalagay ako ng update. Say update 1. Okay. The moment you hit save, propagated na yan sa dalawa. Tingnan nyo, ha? Propagated na yan. 1. May 1 yan, di ba? Yun, may 1. How about dito? Sa London server. Propagated na rin yan. Ayun na. Oh, di ba? Ang galing! On the fly, on the spot. Okay? Sapa. Gagawa ako ng text. Let's say sample. Sabihin natin version 10. Okay? The moment you hit save, updated na yan. Updated na yan. Sa server 2. Ang bilis, di ba? Sample. O version 10. Di ba? Dito tayo sa workstation. Okay?
Sir, question.
Sige, go ahead.
Sa may server 1 or server 3, pwede mo rin gawin yung pag-add ng mga text samples, sir.
Hindi na.
Magre-replicate.
Ang user kasi, nasa laptop nila eh. Server 3 sa laptop, kung hari. Hindi dapat sila pumunta sa server. Hindi sila pwede mag-login sa server, di ba?
Okay po.
Tapos, what if kung malaki yung file? Di ba meron akong 150 MB? Laki niyan, tol. Tingnan mo, ha. Save natin sa file server. Tingnan natin gaano kabilis tong server natin. Dito, dapat lumabas si 150 MB, ha. Sa server 3. Ito na. Ready na ba kayo? So, sobrang bilis. Paste. 150 MB. Yun, no? Wala pa dito. May delay. May delay. Yun. Nakita niyo? Napansin niyo yung delay? Yung replication? Why? Kasi nga meron siya staging. Before sending from one site to another, kukompress muna niya yan. Tapos tsaka isi-send, tapos decompress. Nakita niyo? Okay? Ayan yung 150. Okay? Laki niyan eh. Try to imagine 1 gigabyte. Diba? Okay. Successful ang ating deployment of DFS. Any question? Wala. Okay. Wala na natin yung DFS. Let's move on. What's the next one? Recording ba to? Baka mamaya hindi recorded. Recording. Next one is DHCP. Okay, so as everyone knows, Familiar na kayo sa DHCP, okay? DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It's the one responsible for giving IP address to client. Say client, ito yung mga laptops, cellphone, desktop computers, yung mga ganun, no? Hindi server. Server kasi static. So DHCP simplifies management of IP configuration sa client, no? So magbibigay siya automatically as per database. Ang DHCP lease renewal usually attempted at 50%. Let's say, um, 5 days, no? On the third day, dun siya magli-lease. Okay? Pag na-miss niya yon kasi hindi inon yung laptop, meron pang second attempt, 87.5. Probably, kung 5 days to, on the fourth day, mag-a-attempt siya. So, anong process ng DHCP? So, meron siyang tinatawag na DORA. D-O-R-A. First, the moment you open your laptop, it will send a protocol. If you have a packet sniffing tool, no, makikita ninyo yung mga ICMP pag may piniping, and you will see, talaga literally, you will see this packet sniffing tool na yun, DHCP discover. No, nagdi-discover yung inopen mong laptop. Let's say PC1, discover. Ngayon, ang dinidiscover nito is yung DHCP server. So pag narinig niya yung broadcast na yan, uy, may nagdi-discover na gustong humingi ng IP, magsisend naman to ng offer. Sabihin nito, para ito IP mo, 10.1.1.150. Tapos if you would like to accept this one, you will send DHCP request. O, sige nga, pa-request, my name is server 1. So server 1 plus the IP plus the MAC address will be binded dun sa MAC address na yun, no? And save sa database ng DHCP. Sabihin niya, acknowledge, that's your IP address for the time being. Ganun, ano? DORA. Okay, D-O-R-A. If you want to install DHCP, there are multiple ways. Install Windows feature, space, DHCP. Ganun lang yung command niya, no? Or using the roles, no? Or add Windows feature, DHCP, include management tools. Okay? Okay, i-add natin to, feature na to. Subukan natin tong feature na to. Okay. So, dito sa server 1, mag-a-add tayo ng DHCP. I would like to show you na wala pang DHCP. Yan, no? Not installed. Malinaw. So, anong module na install natin? DHCP, di ba? So, paano install yon? Add Windows feature. Okay, DHCP. Ganun lang. Huh? Include management tool. Include management tool. Yun lang. So, install niyo yung DHCP. Okay? Same with server 2. Same command. Add Windows feature. The name of the feature, include management tool. Include management tool. Tapos, restart. Para mag-restart siya, mag-isa niya. Hindi nag-reboot. Ba't kaya? Duktungan natin ng force. Duktungan natin ng force reboot. Ay, hindi niya kilala si force. Well, anyway, reboot natin mano. Okay, same with this one. Tagal mag-reboot. Reboot. Okay. Now, let me continue lang yung lessons. Ano pa ba? So, in configuring DHCP, there are multiple options. DHCP list can include option. Ang DHCP, hindi lang IP address, subnet masking, gateway. No? Pwede rin siya mag-add ng DNS. Now, let's say primary DNS, secondary DNS. And you can also have multiple gateways. Let's say, if you're on the back end, no? Nakakonect ka sa database, then nakakonect ka sa application server, and then nakakonect ka sa internet. So, 3 gateway yon. Is it possible? Yeah, that's possible. No? So, dito sineset yung gateway. Option number 3 naman. If you have multiple DNS, option number 6. Subnet mask, automatic babato na yan once you lease. In configuring DHCP, syempre, you have to name, mandatory yun. Plus, you have to describe, let's say, subnet 10 and range, no? From 10.1.1.100 to 200. And anong gusto mo exclusion para sa static. And then, kung may delay, and kailan mo papalis, no? Let's say, 5 days and so on. DHCP should be authorized. Okay? So, mano-mano. Ito na, demonstration configured DHCP role. Thank you. So, once we log in, we need to authorize. No, kailangan natin yung authorize to. Else, hindi siya magbabato ng IP address. So, usually sa exam, they'll be asking, after installation of DHCP, what's the next thing you need to do? You need to authorize. Lalabas dito yan. Tingnan nyo, ha? Pero wala nang exam to. Yun, no? Okay? Complete. Okay? Kita nyo, wala. Refresh. Ayun, no? Complete. Okay? So, that's, when you complete, it will be asking for authorization. Yeah. So, authorize natin. So, the following step needs to perform. Mag-add siya automatically ng 2 groups. And then, specify the credential, which is domain admin dapat. Diba? Commit. Close. Okay, done. Same with this thing. Mag-add siya ng 2 groups. And authorize DHCP. Okay, so authorize natin itong 2. Okay, authorize na yan. Done. So, authorize na siya. Any question? Ngayon, testing natin. Hindi, gagawa pa pala tayo ng scope. Wala pa tayong scope. Okay, so, DHCP manager, or you can type dito, dhcp-mgmt.msc. Okay? Gagawa tayo ng scope. Kung anong IP address yung papalis natin. IPv4 lang tayo. Hindi na tayo mag-C6. So, ito, new scope. Pangalan niya is scope 10. Kasi subnet 10 eh. No? Subnet 10.1.1.x. Ganun na. Starting IP is 10.1.1.100 and ending IP 200. Ganun lang kasimple. Automatic na detect niya /8. No? Excluded. Ito yung static. Static should be included in the dynamic. Di ba nag-100 tayo? So, doon tayo mag-start. And then, gusto natin 10 static lang. Ayan. So, that will give 10 static IP. Tama? So, within the, and then lease time, 8 days. Okay. Do you want to configure these options now? Yes. Now, ito yung sinasabi ko. Let's say, gusto kong 3 gateway. The first gateway is the one which he belong, which subnet. Kasi IP natin, 10.1.1, di ba? O yan. So, ibabato yan sa client. Ha? Tapos, gusto natin kumonect sa backend, sa SQL. Kung nga ang SQL is ano ba ito? 192.168.100. Hindi, 1 na lang. So, you can connect to the SQL database. Tapos, isa pa. To the application group. Okay? So, 3 gateway marireceive niya. Di ba? Di ba? Babato yan. Now, DNS, usually isa lang, no? 21. Pero, let's say, 2 DNS natin. Kunwari lang. So, babatuhin niya yan ng 2. Ngayon, hindi niya madidetect kasi walang DNS sa kabila. So, mag-error to. We need to install DNS muna. So, isang DNS muna tayo. Sige. Hindi niya makita kasi nga wala eh. Yan. Okay. Alright. Activate. Yes. So, activating the scope. Naka-blue. Let's wait until this one turns green. Ito yung mga lease. Okay. So, later on, magkakaroon ng lease dito. Magpapa-rent na yan. No? So, ito yung ating address pool. Ayun. Kinuha niya. Oh, shucks. Yung client ko. So, may lease na siyang isa. Ayun. Yung mismong PC ko. So, gusto kong gawin, pakita sa inyo, yung tree na client, magli-leash siya. Gagawin natin dynamic to. Kasi naka-static si Andrea. Okay, so, tingnan ninyo, naka-static ako. Ano ba yan? Ba't nagtata? Ay, hindi pala ako admin. Si Andrea kasi ko eh. So, wala akong permission. Nakita niyo, na-effect yung permission. So, sign out ko si Andrea. Lagi na ako as domain admin. Ba't ako nawala ng permission? Admin na nga ako eh. Ayan, so I'll show you yung IPv4 natin, naka-static 23, no? So gusto kong gawing dynamic. Ay, shit. Different user. Gusto ko admin lang pala. So, I went to PowerShell just to demonstrate to you what is my current IP. Para malaki. Okay, malinaw 23 static. Okay, so asan na yun 23? Yan. And isa lang yung DNS na 21. Okay? Sino yung DHCP server? Wala dito. Kasi static nga siya. Okay? So, kunwari, magiging laptop, gagawin natin dynamic. Remember server 3? No? Mag-a-appear dito server 3. So, what will be the IP address of server 3 dynamically? Anybody can guess? Tandaan nyo, ang pool. 100 to 110 is static, excluded. So, what will be the first IP na i-assign ito? Anybody?
112.
Ha?
111.
Galing, tama. Hindi kasi yung 111, ni-rent na
Meron
niya ng host ko.
Yung sila na
Kinain. So, yung succeeding, 112. No? Okay? Tama, wala yan. 112 dapat. Okay, ito na. Okay na, dynamic. Ginawa kong dynamic. Yun. ipconfig/all. Yun, 112. Tama kayo, galing. Refresh, 112. Server 3. Hi? Gets that? And if you want to reserve this, just click add to reservation. Ayan, reserve na siya. Nandito na siya. 112, binded. Binded na siya, na? Tapos ang daming router, daming gateway. Tingnan nyo. gateway ko, 111.192.172. Na? Okay, and na-identify niya. Who assigned the IP? Server 1. Kita niya. Ganun. So ito yan, server 1 becomes primary DHCP. Ngayon, papatayin natin yan. Magfe-fail over yan dito sa server 2. Ay, tingnan natin kung gagana yung failover na yan, ha? Kasi best practice, kailangan dalawa, di ba? So, pag nag-failover, dapat ang DHCP server should be .22. Malinaw. Tingnan nga natin. Sige. So, that will give us to second module natin, which is yung project nating failover and load balancing. So, ito na yan, module 10. Okay, move na tayo dito. Advanced DHCP. So, we successfully configured DHCP. Any question about basic configuration? Wala. Ito na. So, let's move to the next topic. So, module 10 is about advanced DHCP, failover, and load balancing. So, high availability option for DHCP. DHCP can be failover. You can also cluster. You can also load balance. And you can do split scope. When you say failover, it's a newer method for high availability. If the first server goes down, the DHCP server will failover to the succeeding server. Diba? Yun lang yun. And strongly prefer to implement HA for DHCP. Now, in clustering is more advanced. It's configured to run in a failover pod, yung pool of devices. Let's say, 32 servers dedicated lang sa DHCP. Okay, naka-cluster siya. No? So, somehow, para din siya failover, pero mas maraming servers nagsaserve. You have to install the role on a cluster node, one by one. Di natin gagawin to, advanced masyado to. And the DHCP database is stored in a shared storage. Kailangan meron kang common shared volume na nandun lahat yung database mo, being shared among others. No? Split scope naman involves two servers that are configured with non-overlapping. Let's say, sa first server, 192.168.1.1 up to 128. No? Sa kabila naman, 129 to 254. Ganon, no? Hinati lang siya. And split scope, control the primary server by configuring a delay. So may delay ito ng konti, no? Let's say na exhausted na yung IP address. So there's some certain delay na i-move ka sa second server. Ganito yan. So ito yung scope mo, 1 to 150. Non-overlapping, yung first succeeding will be on the second server, 151 to 254. Let's say exhausted na to, ito naman kakainin niya. Okay? Dalawa. Hinati lang. Ang clustering, yung database is nasa common shared volume. No? Tatanungin ng DHCP cluster, pare, what's the next IP na pwede natin palis? Okay, so central database yan. So ganun ang cluster. No? Hindi na natin gawing cluster. Very long topic yan. Dito lang tayo sa failover. It creates a partnership between two servers. Lease info is replicated between the partners then. May dalawang configuration mode. Load balance meaning hinahati niya yung load, no? Probably yung isa, let's say client 1, client 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Balance, di ba? And meron ding hot standby. Ito yung failover. Kung ito yung hot standby, meron naman standby. Okay? Hot standby meaning up and running. Siya yung active. If this one fails, it will move to the standby mode. And this will become active. Na? Active, passive. If active goes down, this will become active. This will become passive. Ganun lang. No? And other config option, meron siyang maximum client lead time. Let's say, namatay yung first server. Hindi naman automatic for failover sa kabila. No? Meron siyang lead time. Let's say 2 minutes, 5 minutes. And then, let's say, available na to, it will fail back. Tawag niya doon, switch over. So, meron siyang auto switch over. Let's say 5 minutes bago mag-switch over. Okay? And meron siyang shared password, no, which is called authentication. Thank you. So let's configure na for clustering. Clustering. Failover lang. So meron na tayo dito. Okay. Meron tayo dito. Standalone. Naka-blue. Ayan, okay. Green na siya. Then, failover natin. Papatayin natin tong server 1. Kailangan mag-failover yung DHCP service sa server 2. Okay. Tingnan natin kung possible, ha. So meron na siyang DHCP. Ay, hindi pa pala tapos. Sandali, tapusin ko muna. Ayan, ka-authorize ko lang. Pero walang laman. Walang scope. Ito, may scope. Oh. Kita niya? Kita niya? Walang scope. So, dito, I would like to configure failover. Dito yung failover. Ayan. Configure failover. So now, which scope you would like to configure? I would like to failover the subnet 10. If you have other subnet, you can, if you selected all, you can select all. No? Or kung gusto mo lang ito, pwede rin. No? Select all ko na lang. Isa lang naman eh. And which one is the partner? Partner is in 2. Ito yung master. Okay? So, add mo dito yung 2. Yan, yan. Authorized server na yung dalawa. Na-detect nyo, 1 and 2. So, I created a group. No? So, partner ko, si 2. Okay, na-detect niya automatic. Now, relationship name, server 1 to 2. Maximum client lead time before you can failover is 1 hour. Ang tagal, di ba? Gawin ko na lang, pwede bang 1 minute? Gawin natin 1 minute lang. Okay? And mode, as of now, hot standby muna tayo. Ito yung standby. Meaning, server 1 is passive, magiging active yung server 2. Di ba? And then, address reserved for standby is 5%. Okay? 5% stop na siya, move sa kabila. And in case na nag-up na tong server 1, kailan babalik? Yun ang switch over. I would like instantly 1 minute. No? And then, meron kang password. So, not all servers can participate in failover unless you know the password. Next, configure. Success. So, this scope will be replicated dito. Yun, no? Kita niya? Kasi partner nga siya eh. If you notice, yung leases, pareho lang sa leases dito. Kasi nga partner siya, okay? Ayan na, synchronize. Diba? 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 Kita niya? Kita ba? Kita ba? Okay, they're sharing the same database na. Nagkokopya na sila. Ito na. So, papatayin ko to. Papatayin ko yung service ng 1. Kung nga, to create a disaster recovery procedure. No? So, let's say, nag-down to for some reason. So, automatic without not doing anything, yung primary DHCP will be moved to server 2 as a failover DHCP. Ganun, ano? So, kung nga rin namatay yung DHCP, stop. Stop lang natin to. Stop natin. Ha? Stop. Ayan, stop. Ayokong patayin yung buong server kasi yung DNS natin. Oh, patay na. Okay, so nag-failover na yan sa kabila. Tingnan natin. Naka-green na, tingnan nyo. Ang sign ng failover is blue. Hindi pa nag-failover kasi may maximum client lead time nga. Ayan, ayun, nag-failover na yun. Okay, lumipat. Nakita nyo ba? Active na siya. Okay, so let's test. Tetestingin natin. Wait, patay na yung server 1. Diba? Yung DHCP originally from 21. Ngayon, pag nag-request ako, dapat maging 22. Kailangan lumipat siya doon. Malinaw. Kailangan lumipat siya doon. Hindi na 21, dapat 22. Kasi patay na yun. Okay, so gagawin natin to replicate a dead scenario. Release natin yung IP. Okay, so wala ng IP. Mag-request tayo ng bago. Kung nga rin, i-reboot nyo lang. Renew. So, we will be given the same IP address but different DHCP server. Kasi nag-fail over na siya. Diba? Ayan, tapos na yan. Ayun. Okay? Same IP kasi same database eh. All natin. Oh, nag-fail over ba? Nag-fail over ba? Trini, nag-fail over ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes! Lumipat siya daw without doing anything. So, it's working. Nag-fail over na siya. If you're gonna examine from 2, same lang kasi they're sharing the same database. Eh. Wala kang makikitang bago dyan. Okay? Okay, ito na. Switch over tayo. Babalik tayo dun. Okay? Let's say, for some reason, nag-replace na kayo memory kasi nag-crash due to memory. Tapos inap nyo na. Ngari lang. So, mag-start na yung DHCP, di ba? Tapos may switch over na 1 minute. So, babalik siya sa dati. Ganun lang yan. You don't have to do anything. Bigyan mo lang ng 1 minute or less. Yan, naka-switch, fail over pa yun. Naka-fail over pa siya. Yan. Kailangan maging green yan. Antayin mo lang 1 minute. Hindi pa nag-switch over. Switch over meaning fail back. Bumalik sa master. Ganun. Tagal naman. Nag-uusap pa yan. Pare, buhay ka na ba? Di ba? Petix muna ako. Sandali muna. Wala pang 1 minute. Okay, tagal naman na. Kung wala kang water, balikan natin yan. Okay, so let's refresh. Ayun, nag-switch over na. Okay, successful. Refresh, switch over. Okay, now let's test if the DHCP server 1 is active. As of now, 22, di ba? So it should fail back to 21. So let's do the release renew. Okay, then renew. Okay, I've configured all that and all. Yun. Okay, successful switch over. Linaw, gumana, gumana ang ating switch over from server 2 to server 1. So that's how you perform disaster recovery or failover. Okay. Now, the next one is the load balancing. So how do you configure load balancing? Remember, this one is failover. Okay, failover mode. Now, you have to break. Actually, drop-down list lang to. Sandali. Baka meron siyang switch over na mas mabilis. Oh, hindi. So, you have to break talaga. So, be-break natin yung failover or edit pala, edit. Yeah, naka-failover, di ba? Ay, wala. Kailangan i-break mo talaga. Delete natin. Delete. Okay. Tapos, since binrake ko siya, nawala yung scope. Okay. Configure uli, failover. But this time, instead of failover, load balancing. Yan, load balance. So 50% from local server, which is server 1, 50% is going to server 2. Ganun lang siya. Napaka-simpleng configuration. Yan, done. So naka-load balance na yan. Ayun yung scope. If there's a server 4, dito muna yan. Server 5, dito na yung makikita. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ganon. Balance yan. Di natin ma-replicate kasi 3 lang yung virtual machine natin. Pero if you want, no, you can do so. So, balance talaga siya. Okay? Any question? Next,
Sir,
module 11. Sige, go ahead.
Sir, pag nag-down si server 1, parang seamless lang yun. Hindi maramdaman ng user na nag-down yung server 1.
Yes, yes.
Okay po.
Parang yung ginawa natin kanina, we shut down the server 1, then nag-lease is yung partner, di ba? Yung partner.
Thanks po.
Yan. Okay, next is troubleshooting. So, troubleshooting naman is napakasimple lang, no? First of all, make sure na yung DHCP service is up and running. If not, you can do net start command. Okay, ganitong simpleng command. So, net status DHCP. Hindi nets, net. Net status. Another way to check is services.msc. Okay. So look for DHCP. You know, so server. So usually if it's not giving IP address, all you need to do is restart. No? Restart. Yeah. Restart mo lang siya. Okay. Simpleng troubleshooting. Next, you need to identify kung authorized ba siya. If not authorized, then that's bad. Then check whether meron siyang bad address. Baka na naman duplicate. Usually, yun mga error. No? So, dito yung nakikita sa address list. Magkakaroon ng bad address. Okay? Meaning, na-assign sa isa, and then may nag-power on, inassign na naman sa kanya. Hindi na-refresh. No? And then, how do you identify sino nag-a-assign ng IP? Dito, by going to C drive, Windows, DHCP, System 32, DHCP. Okay, so these are the logs. This is for IPv4, IPv6. So ito yung nangyari kanina, I'll tell you. Okay, so when you see an event ID 0, nag-start siya. when you see an event ID 50, rogue server detection, may na-detect siya. Ha? And then, if you see event ID 1, huminto. Event ID 10, nag-lease. Event ID 11, nag-renew. Di ba nag-renew tayo kanina? So, ito yung history. So, this is how you detect an attacker or hacker. No? So, kung nga, nakita natin, nag-start to July 1, 23, 9 p.m. Nag-start. Tapos naging unreachable. Okay, naging unreachable, di ba? We simulate a disaster recovery scenario. Kaya naging unreachable, in-stop natin. Tapos in-start natin, authorization failure, nag-stop servicing, then we started. And then nag-assign tayo ng 10111 sa host ko, sa Hyper-V ko. And we also assign 112 sa server 3, tama? And then nag-renew ng 112. So historically, dito makikita, sino nag-renew ng 112? No? For some reason, na-identify nyo yung attacker, IP address 112. Ito, nag-renew siya. So you can tell, nung July 1, around 9 p.m., nag-renew siya ng 10.1.1.12. Ngayon, alam nyo, physically location ng 111 no? By your design. So, yun. So, titingnan yung CCTV, let's say second floor, doon sa workstation na yun, so yun yung user na yun. Siya yung umatak. Okay? Kungari lang. Ha? Ito yung na-identify nyo na siya yung nag-renew ng IP address. Okay? Same story sa kabila. Okay? And then, to check, ano yung mga ports running, netstat A and B. Netstat A and B. Type natin dito. Netstat A and B. So these are the listening port and running ports. Usually 67, 68 listening yun eh. Dami naman ito. So yun yung currently running. Ayan no. Okay? Port 88 DNS to listening, so it's open. File sharing, it's open. Okay. Daming port na naka-open. Active Directory. Okay. Ayun. LSAS 53. SSL listening. Okay. So somehow DHCP is listening no? Sa port na 67, 68. Di ko lang makita. Teka, redirect natin. Redirect natin sa file na ay notepad ay. So hanapin natin port number 67. Ay, nakita siya. Hindi yan. Daming 67. Hindi natin makita. Okay? Anyway, dun, pagpatay itong port na to, DHCP will not be listening. No? Teka, baka sa server 3. Server 3 siguro ito. Let's start minus A and B. Redirect natin sa P. P. Let's see, port 68 naman. 68. Walang makita. So it could be broadcasting on different port. No? Alam ko to eh. Ito yun eh. 135445 eh. Yan yun eh. Minsan. Ano ba ba? And check the event log. No? Ang tinignan ko, mismong DHCP log. Okay? DHCP log. Yun lang. Okay, any question? Any question? Malapit na tayo matapos. Let's move on to the next topic. Kung wala kang question, DNS naman tayo. So, DNS. So, ito ilalab nyo for 3 days. No? What is DNS? DNS, domain space, domain names are portion of DNS namespace. No? Portion siya ng fully qualified domain name. DNS can be public, which can be accessed via cloud or internet, or private, which can be accessed using your own organizational domain. DNS servers, usually, they respond to requests. Pag pining mo, babatuhan ka ng IP. The one who will give IP are called DNS resolvers. They have database ng mga IP addresses. Okay? DNS servers can access DNS info from local, no, sa mismong DNS ninyo, or external DNS, yung Google DNS, mga ganun, no? Sa mga Google DNS, ito yung mga 888, mga ganun, no? So kung pupunta ka sa public, pag pining mo yung 888, largest DNS record, no? Nasa Google. Google yan. Okay. DNS zones and resource records. So there are two zones, primary and secondary. Pag sinabing zone, it's a local database copy. Meaning, local organization nyo. Yun lang yung content nun, no? Like yung DNS natin, ito. Ang laman ng DNS natin is server 1, 2, 3 lang, di ba? Ganun. Meron namang resource records are created and stored in a zone, sa primary zone, no? Primary zone, resolve hostname to IP. Okay, nandun yan, no? Meron din DNS resolvers. Ito yung nagbabato ng information about the request. Pag, let's say ganito. Pining ninyo yung Yahoo, ping Yahoo. Google na lang. Then babatuhan ka ng IP ng Google. Yan. Okay? So ito yung resolver ko. Okay? So that's called forward query. Okay? DNS zone is a portion of DNS namespace hosted in your DNS server. Forward resolve name to IP. So pag pining ko yung Google, from hostname to IP, binatuhan ako ng IP. Okay? Reverse naman is resolve IP names, addresses, resolve IP to hostname. Baliktad naman, we use NS lookup and then ang IP address 250.71.78. So we were given a DNS resolver. Since I live in Sydney, ang DNS resolver ng Google sa akin is SID 15S17 blah blah blah.net. Yan ang reverse lookup. Okay? Now, the ISP prefer to use reverse lookup rather than forward lookup. Kasi computer understand binary, di ba? Binary converted to decimal. It's much faster for a router to do calculation using numbers instead of letters. Ngayon, as human, we can't remember phone number. We'd rather call yung name ng tao, no? Name ng fully qualified domain name, di ba? Tatype mo, google.com, okay? Or let's say facebook.com. Pag pining mo yung Facebook, mas madali tandaan, di ba? Meron bang nagfe-Facebook na pag nag-Facebook, IP address ang tinatype, di ba? Di ba pag nagfe-Facebook tayo, gusto natin, facebook.com. Ganyan, di ba? Ganyan. Okay? Ganun. Ngayon, kung gagamit tayo ng reverse lookup, gagamitin natin yung IP niya, yung DNS resolver niya. 240.8.35. So for me, ito yung resolver ko. Kasi I live in Sydney. So ito yung resolver ko, sydney2.facebook. Probably sa inyo, Hong Kong. No? Ngayon, may nakita ba kayo na nagfe-Facebook using IP address? Ang weird, di ba? Teka, magpe-Facebook muna ako. Ano ba IP address nito? 8.35. Facebook yan. Ayun, no? Not ano pa nga, unsecure pa eh. Pero Facebook yan. Ayun, no? Na-resolve ko, di ba? Okay? So, bakit kailangan? Anybody? Ba't kailangan ng reverse lookup? Jets? Or Trini? Random lang. Why do we need reverse lookup? Yeah, tama. Tama kasi ang router can perform an optimized state when it's doing a calculation using numbers. Kasi computer, native language is binary, zeros, ones. Ito decimal. Diba? Diba? Yan yung purpose ng reverse lookup. Okay? Next is primary zone. Pag sinabing primary zone, these are the authoritative portion of DNS. When you say authoritative, sila yung may database. Nasa kanya yung laman ng content, record, IP addresses. No? So, buksan ko nga yung DNS natin. To open DNS, you type DNS mgmt.msc. Yan. So, as of now, ito yung DNS ko. Meron akong forward, which I have my fully qualified domain name. And ito yung mga records ko. 21, 22. Okay? And 112 for server 3. So, this is forward. Reverse ko, walang laman. Okay? If I ping, ay mamaya na, troubleshooting pala yan. Ito muna study. Primary are where resource records are created. Okay? Secondary naman contains read-only copies of primary. So meaning, you cannot update, you cannot delete. Okay? Stamp zone contains only records required to locate and communicate with name servers. Ito yung naka-point to another DNS server. Let's say, I would like to resolve Facebook. So ipo-point ko sa Facebook DNS. I would like to resolve Google. Po-point ko sa Google DNS, di ba? Di ba? Doon natin ipo-point yan. Okay. And conditional forwarder, let's say gusto kong i-forward to external DNS. Let's say Google. Okay. Ngayon wala akong internet so hindi niya mare-resolve yan. So what are DNS zones? So let's say client 2 IP is where? No, nag-ping siya. So check niya yung database. Okay. Sabihin ng database client 2 is 192.168.246. So this is the authoritative DNS. Okay. Meron namang record SOA, start of authority, meaning start of domain. Now, within the boundary, you can resolve those IP addresses. Meron namang name servers. These are the actual DNS servers, which is server 1 and 2. Meron namang forward lookup, host A, meaning address. Okay, English, name, server 1, 2, 3. Host AA, ito yung IPv6, ito yung IPv4. Alias naman CNAME. Okay. So pag pining ko file server.nexus.local, walang ma-resolve, no? Kasi alias yan eh, yung ginawa ko. So paano mag-create ng alias? So ganito, right click, create CNAME alias. Alias is FS, but it's pointing to server 1. Okay, so po-point mo lang the server 1. Done. So meron ka ng alias. So the next time you ping, resolvable na siya. So that's how I create alias. Okay? Ano pa? So demo, install and configure DNS. Okay, so we have DNS on server 1. Install ko na lang dito sa server 2. Ay ko. Server 2. Server 2. Add natin DNS. Ayun, DNS. Add RSAT. Start the server if needed. Okay. Succeeded. Okay, close. So meron tayong DNS. Pero wala pa tayong forward lookup. Remember this one, meron tayong forward lookup which contains Nexus local fully qualified domain name. Now, we're gonna replicate that one. No? So paano mag-replicate? Dito muna tayo. So we have successfully installed DNS. No? Thank you. So we're gonna move to the next topic. Advanced DNS failover and balancing, and then troubleshooting. Last topic. Uy, tapos na tayo. Ready na kayo sa pictorial natin. So how do you create record in DNS? Manual creation method using admin center, DNS, or via PowerShell. Dynamic creation, client automatically register yung name and IP sa forward lookup zone. Remember kanina na create natin, nag-change tayo ng dynamic server 3, di ba? Di ba? Ayan, no? Automatic na 112, nag-change siya, nag-update. DHCP client service performs registration automatically. which we performed a while ago, and requires communication with primary. So nakikipag-communicate siya sa main. No? DCP can register clients that don't support dynamic DNS as well. Now, client records in the UNS, ito yung mga simple query. If you would like to check the DNS, get Windows features, pipe where $name like DNS. No? If you want to install the Windows feature DNS, this is the feature name, include the management tools and so on. If you want to add a primary zone, this is the command and so on. Okay, dami. Demo, install second DNS, and we are going to replicate those record. And then gagawa tayo ng force replication, and then we're gonna verify the host record. Thank you. So, punta na tayo dito sa secondary DNS natin. Gagawa tayong secondary record. Tingnan nyo, wala, di ba? Gusto natin ma-replicate tong Nexus local na yan. Ayan, local na yan. Paano gagawin natin? 3 steps. 3 steps yan. Step number 1, go to properties na you would like to replicate. I would like to replicate all the records of Nexus local sa server 2. Okay, first, how would you like to send the update? Sabihin lang natin, non-secure and secure kasi wala tayong certificate. Na. That's 1. Next, you need to identify which partner. Sino yung partner mo? No? So, lalagay natin dito server 2. Okay, server 2. Yun, na-detect niya, .22. Okay? Apply. Third step, you have to allow transfer only to server listed under name servers tab. Yun lang. Ito yung name server, so magre-replicate yun sa 2. Yun lang. And then dito, you need to add the, ayun, automatic na. Wala ka na palang gagawin. Ang bilis oh. Oh, server 1, nag-propagate agad sa server 1, server 2, server. Oh, di ba? Sa dalawa na yung server natin, DNS server natin. Okay? Now, to perform a failover, so we're gonna shut down the primary DNS from server 1, and DNS request should be coming from server 2 to test yung failover ng DNS. No? Testingin natin. Shutdown na natin to. Itong DNS na to. No? Patayin natin tong forward or yung buong DNS server. Stop. Yun. Pinatay ko na DNS ha kasi properly replicated naman eh. Ngayon, sa server 3, if you notice kanina, di ba, ano bang DNS natin? ipconfig/all. Saan DNS? Isa lang eh, isa lang eh, no? Hindi pala natin na-define. Define muna natin. So, up muna natin to. Start. De-define muna natin. Sa DNS. So, balik sa DNS. Dito kasi, naka-load balance. Destroy ko muna yung load balance natin, ha? Gagawa tayong failover. Dito kasi dinedefine yung dual DNS. Yan, 1 and 2. Para pag binato niya, kasi DHCP nagbabato ng DNS. Details, no? Kasama yung dalawang DNS. And server 2, failover. So 1 minute lang. Para hindi matagal. 1 minute. Yan. Check lang natin. Asan yung scope? Hindi niya nilagay yung ano. Sandali. Delete natin itong scope na to. Gawa tayong bagong scope. Deconfigure pala. Ayun. Sige nga, deconfigure na lang. Tanggalin ko muna. before deleting. Ayan, dinilit ka. So, gagawa ko ng bagong scope. Let's say scope 10. Scope 10. Pa-scope niya is the same scope. Exclusion. And then gateway. Ayan. Tapos yung DNS. Ayan. Dalawa na. Okay, dalawa na din. Dalawa na din. Sandali Okay, break muna tayo 10 minutes. Balik ako 10 minutes. Okay, so I think check ko nga. Let's say ayun, hot standby. Tama. Let's test. Let's see if working siya, no? So server 3. Ano test natin? Failover ng DNS. Kasi as of now, isa na yung DNS, 21, okay? So we're gonna stop DNS. Okay, stop natin yung DNS. So this DNS, stop natin tong DNS. Stop. Yan, we're stopping DNS on server 1. Naka-server 1 pa tayo. Failover tayo sa, sorry, ano ba yan? DNS to pala. DNS 1 tayo. Dapat maging 22 to. Okay? So, to simulate, we're gonna release renew. Release IP. And then renew. And then display all. Oh, dalawa na DNS niya. Okay, naka-point sa 21 but at the same time sa 22. Which means he can resolve IP address pa rin. Pag pining ko ang server 2, see, may record pa rin 22. Okay? May record. Patay na to, no? Patay na yung primary. Okay, start natin ulit. Ayun, off. Naka-off siya. So, hindi na to nagre-resolve. Ayun, dead na dead. Pero bakit nakaka-ping tayo? Di ba? So, saan galing yung query? Sa server 2. Okay, burahin natin yung cache. Flash. DNS kasi baka naka-cache lang. Ayan, wala na naman, ano? So, display natin yung DNS cache. Display, DNS. Wala naman. Wala talaga. Okay? Ping natin server 2. Resolvable pa rin. Kahit patay na yung DNS. Okay? Okay. Ngayon, let's go server 2 and let's create host A record. Okay, buhay pa yan, no? Server 2. Gagawa tayo host A record. Sabihin natin server 4. IP address is 10.1.1.24. Kumari lang. Ayan, so may server 4. So, pag pining ko ba, resolvable. Hindi pingable. So, resolvable. Meaning, we're looking up into a record. Yeah, I can resolve. Okay? Nasa DNS record. Okay? So, up natin to ngayon. So, saan to galing? Saan to galing? Sa server DNS2. DNS2. Yan, no? 22 eh. Dual DNS na kasi tayo. Let's start this one. Okay? Kita ninyo, nagre-propagate kagad. Di ba? No? Nag-propagate kagad. Pag pining mo yan, resolvable pa rin yan, of course. Okay? Ngayon, saan ba tayo? Okay, so that's dalawang double DNS na tayo. No? We simulated the failover. Pinatay natin yung 1. It's still working kasi nag-failover sa server 2. Any questions? Excuse me. Next is last topic, troubleshooting DNS. Troubleshooting, basic troubleshooting. So usually to troubleshoot, we run ipconfig/all like what we did a while ago. or sometimes you do an NS lookup, the host name and the IP address, and flash the resolver. Okay? Then to troubleshoot, you have to identify sino yung authoritative DNS. Authoritative meaning the one holding information. You can also check the event log, application system, and DNS. So DNS has a specific logs, event log. No? You can also do zone transfer from primary to secondary. Check the primary server to see if it's refusing send. No, yung kanina, yung DNS natin, non-secure and secure. Kaya hindi nag-refuse. Pero kung secure yun, i-refuse yan. Check the zone transfer tab for any name server defined there. Yun lang yung mga partner server niya. Check if the primary problem by following the steps. No? Number 1, primary server might be configured to send fast zone. Pero yung kabila, hindi naman. Number 2, if a forward lookup zone server contains record type, host A, for example, or SRV, yung kabila, walang SRV, hindi ka magkakaroon ng replication. Hindi mo matatransfer yung zone. Okay, thank you. So, ano ibig sabihin lahat nun? So, for that to make sense, gagawa tayo ng reverse lookup. Kasi if you ping, tingnan ninyo, if you ping server 2, may response forward. Pero if you do reverse, error na. Okay? That's the problem. Diba? Hindi makontak ko. Error. So, how do you resolve this one? Gawa ka ng reverse lookup zone. So, secondary zone. Hindi, primary pa rin. Nasa 1 tayo. Replicate to all server using IPv4 with subnet ID 10.1.1.1. Yan. So, meron ka reverse lookup zone pero walang laman. Okay? So, next thing you need to do, ano ba yung gusto mong i-resolve? Yung 2 gusto ko. So, update the pointer record. Ganun lang. Server 1, I would like to resolve then using reverse lookup as well as 3. Updated na pala. As well as 4. Updated na pala siya. Yun, lumabas yung 2. So, the next time I query, may reply. Di ba? Na-resolve niya. Na-resolve niya. Ngayon, is it this reverse lookup, is it propagated? Nag-propagate automatically. Walang problema. Ganda ng replication. Ngayon, gusto ko mag-simulate na may error. So, gagawa ko ng host A uli. Sabihin natin server 4. Ay, meron na pala yan. Server 5 na naman. With IP address 25. Kung nga rin hindi nag-replicate. Ayan server 5. Ayan. So, pag pining ko from the client, server 5. Walang reply, di ba? Walang reply kasi hindi pa nag-propagate. Okay, okay? Check na natin dito kung nag-propagate na. Troubleshooting na. Wala, oh. O, ba't ayaw? Ayaw, di ba? Ayaw. So, to do a force replication, no? Let's say gusto mong mag-propagate to agad instantly kasi as of now, sir, ba't tayo mag-propagate, sir? Walang 5. So, gagawa tayo ng force replication. So, force replication. Hindi dyan, dito. Ayan, reload natin. Okay, refresh. Yun. Okay, ganun lang, no? Ganun lang. Then testingin na natin. Tingnan natin kung mare-resolve. O, yun, na-resolve siya. Okay? So, that's a common issue. Pag hindi na-resolve, do a force replication. Kasi hindi naman talaga siya magre-replicate na ganun kabilis na. Okay, tapos na tayo. Any question about this? Na-deal na tayo sa module 14. Okay, tapos na tayo module 14. Any question? So, kung wala na kayong question, thank you for listening. I'm gonna give you the access, paano ma-access tomorrow, pero sa FB, no? So, i-end ko na tong recording natin. Stop
Sir,
recording.
kailan pong